Good morning for all the committee members that are here, bright and early, on time. A few things wanted to go over, but first, maybe we'll start with the pledge. Representative Dry, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a number of hearings scheduled for today, and this afternoon at 1:30, we are scheduled for House Bill 283, which has attracted some attention, evidently. Has anyone gotten any emails about it? So we will, at lunchtime, move the afternoon hearings to Reps Hall. Just in the event that there's a large crowd, it's better to be set up and everyone on board with what we're doing. So at lunchtime, when we move to Reps Hall, and everything will be in place, signs will be displayed with the new location, etc. So that's the main thing before we get started. Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Is there anything on the general court website, I wonder, on the change of location? If somebody wanted to know other than showing up?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the general court website, but things will be posted on the schedule boards all over. They will be updated with the new location.
So they will come here first?
And here as well, right, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just was trying to avoid them coming to this building, but maybe you can't do that. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just a question. For the remainder of the afternoon, following that bill, we're going to be stay in Reps Hall?
Yes.
Thank you.
The whole afternoon will be Reps Hall.
Thank you.
From 1 p.m. on.
Correct. Yeah. Great. Thank you very much. And with that, I think we're ready for our first hearing of the day, which is House Bill 671, establishing a kindergarten literacy readiness program. And the prime sponsor is here, Representative Mark Pearson. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mark Pearson. I'm a fifth-term legislator representing Hampstead, Kingston, and East Kingston. I'm chairman of the Children and Family Law Committee of the House, and I'm chairman of the Joint Legislative Department of Health and Human Services Oversight Committee, and I'm glad to be with you today. I come from a large family. My father was one of 12 children. In the next generation, there were 26 first cousins. Most of us lived in the same immediate area. So when it comes to a situation that involves an individual, I don't just know of such people, I'm probably closely related in one or more of them. The joke in the family was, we occupy many chapters in DSM. My cousin David was not as blessed as some of us in that he did not have a natural ability to read, nor did he have parents who read to him when he was young. Unlike myself and many of our first cousins who entered the first grade able to read, and that was with no kindergarten in our area, David did not learn to read even in the first grade, because there was neither remedial reading specialists, nor the desire to hold a student back, nor any good kind of program to help him. David was passed along through the system, harming him throughout his time in school and throughout life. It caused him trouble much of his life, and it cost the state some money. Many New Hampshire school systems, public, charter, private, and most homeschool families are already doing a good job readying youngsters for the first grade and what follows. The desire behind the proponents of HB 671 is to close any gaps. This is similar to my family situation. Most of us could read. David could not. Most school systems are doing a good job teaching young people to read. There are, however, some gaps. Some towns could use help in this or that, others in reading readiness. There is no judgments made, at least from me. Should this bill be passed and a kindergarten literacy readiness program be established where needed, reporting of the results is mandated. In other words, is what we've established doing the job we desire? Are more people entering first grade able to read? Are there noticeable improvements where improvements have been needed? This bill in some ways is a placeholder because it appropriates $1, it says, while the details are being worked out. Should the details seem wise to the governor and executive council, they would then proceed to fund it with whatever monies are available as they choose. And we know that in lean years as well as flush years, sometimes money can be found. It's kind of a cliche in the legislature that we should do this or that for the children. But sometimes that saying is very apropos. Such a program would have changed the course of my cousin David's life, and it may well help in a positive way the journeys of numbers of youngsters in New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for being here with this legislation. Questions from the committee? Representative Selig.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. As a former kindergarten teacher who taught reading to my kindergartners, I'm just trying to understand how this, I understand the goal of why, why we need a program. I just don't see in what's written here how. And I'm wondering if you might be able to elaborate a little bit on like what the program itself is and how it works.
I think the bill is theoretical and aspirational. It has recognized a problem here and there. And the purpose of the bill, according to the folks who got behind me to put it in, is when we acknowledge that, then they can start developing a program, or more likely make use of a program that has borne fruit elsewhere. Then once that is in place, they can go hat in hand and ask for some money. So it isn't as well developed as some of the bills that I've written, or certainly as a chairman I've seen, but it's a first step.
Follow-up, yes.
Thank you. And so in section 2, it says the kindergarten literacy readiness program is a statewide program that uses a home-based or center-based educational technology program, et cetera, et cetera. Is there a specific program that you've already identified that reflects this home-based or center-based educational technology program?
It is my understanding that they are looking at a whole variety along the way to finding one that they think may be the best one to start with. As I say, they are several steps behind where a lot of bills come in at.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you expand on that and tell us who they are? You just said they are thinking about the program, and who's they?
The person who encouraged me to put this in is a lobbyist named Karen Rosenberger, and I was hoping she would be here today. I do not see her. Maybe there are people here who know way more about it than I do, which is not a high bar. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious to know a little bit more about the understanding between preschool childhood development, emergent reading, play-based learning, and gross motor skills, and how you would envision that interfacing with the requirement for a child to navigate a platform, a technology program. If you could tell me a little bit more about sitting a 4-year-old down in front of the computer in that way.
This will be a very typical liberal arts answer from me, and that is good things that are already going on in the classroom. Anything that's added from this would not be at the expense of. If they're doing good things there, fine. This is about identifying places where help in reading is needed as well.
Follow-up, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in addition to that, would this be a complement to formative and summative assessment that is already happening in a classroom, that educators are developing relationships with the students and then making other types of assessments? Can you tell me how that might work?
If I understand the question correctly, areas where there is needed more help in teaching people to read would be introduced. I did not, in my conversations with Ms. Rosenberg, hear anything like, we're going in and clean that place up. It was quite the contrary. It was, those programs may actually be doing very, very well in certain other things. Where there is need for additional assistance in helping people learn to read, those things would come in. And the assumption I took away was, again, it wouldn't be slash and burn. It wouldn't be everything you're doing is wrong. It would be, here's somewhere where you need some help. But as I also said, this is really, I wasn't given language that says, we've got it all figured out, we just want you to fund it. They're still trying to figure out, of the various programs that have borne good fruit around, which one would they consider being the one that is being offered.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Representative.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for taking my question. If the chair allows, I have two, but I'll start with the one that of most interest to me is under line 24, it has the educational technology provider is a registered nonprofit organization. I just find that kind of limiting. It would seem to me that there would be a host of educational technology providers that are not necessarily registered as a nonprofit. I don't know why it's specified like that.
I don't either. Again, this will be a question for the people who are much closer to whatever program is being desired.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Follow-up, yes.
Yeah, well.
Another question, yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. The second part, I'm looking at line 16, when it talks about home-based, obviously the program for children, home as it says in the definition. I'm trying to figure out how that would occur if I'm a homeschooled youngster. And how is that going to happen?
I do know through a family member who is active in the homeschool movement that many homeschool or homeschool co-ops do very well in many things, but are not good in some other things. I also know from this that numbers of homeschoolers on certain things will combine with other homeschool parents. I have a staff member who has done that in terms of science. What she and her husband do, they believe is quite adequate. It seems to be so, except in science. So they've gathered a number of homeschooling parents who are the same. We don't know science. And they have formed a cooperative and brought in a retired person who has a master's degree in science to teach those kids science. My assumption would be if this lack of reading is in a homeschooling situation, they would do something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At least that's what I'd recommend to them.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again for taking my question. On page, I believe that's page 1, on lines 29, there's a reference to Tier 1 benchmarks. And are you referring to response to intervention Tier 1 benchmarks, or are you referring to something else that's not quite clear?
I do not know.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Representative, for being here. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? I see a card coming up. Please Sure, that's fine. Hey, just pull up another chair if you can fit it in.
She said you should definitely go for it. Are we on?
Yes,
Red zone.
yep, good.
I have to come up. Please drive me nuts. I can't see the person on that side. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Teresa Rosenberger. I work for Bernstein Shore Law Firm.
Maybe you could move it a little closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I represent and have for a number of years Waterford Research Institute. And with me is Rob Riley, who works for Waterford specifically in New Hampshire. And I'll let him give his testimony first, and then I'll tell you afterwards our experience with Waterford from the beginning.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Cordelli and members of the Education and Policy Administration Committee. My name is Rob Riley. I serve as the Senior Director of Operations for Community Engagement with Waterford.org, a nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing education equity through evidence-based scalable solutions. I've also formerly served as an Executive Director with the Granite YMCA, serving families here in New Hampshire prior to coming to Waterford. I'm here today to voice Waterford.org's strong support for HB 671, the Kindergarten Literacy Readiness Program. At Waterford.org, we believe every child deserves an opportunity to succeed regardless of their circumstances or zip code. Since our founding, we have worked tirelessly to close early learning gaps by providing families and communities with the resources and tools that they need to prepare for kindergarten. Our flagship initiative, Waterford Upstart, is a home-based early education program that equips children with foundational literacy, numeracy, and socio-emotional skills. The program also empowers families to be active participants in their child's education through family coaching, resources, and ongoing support. In New Hampshire, Waterford Upstart has already proven its impact. During the 23-24 school year, over 300 children across the state participated in our program, achieving remarkable results. On average, children demonstrated significant growth in early literacy skills as measured by our pre- and post-program assessments. Most importantly, many participants finished the program with skills at or above the kindergarten readiness benchmark, setting them on a path for long-term academic success. HB 671 aligns closely with our mission and a proven approach. By establishing a statewide kindergarten literacy readiness program, this bill will ensure that every 4- and 5-year-old in New Hampshire has access to high-quality, evidence-based early learning resources. The proposed program mirrors what Waterford Upstart has successfully implemented already in New Hampshire and across the country. Some examples of this include personalized learning, where children can engage in an adaptive curriculum that focuses on reading, math, and science for just 15 to 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. It includes family empowerment, where parents and caregivers are supported with multilingual coaching and resources to actively participate in their child's education. It offers technology access for families who lack the necessary tools, where computers or tablets and even internet connectivity can be provided, which break down barriers to participation. The outcomes speak for themselves. Research consistently shows that children who engage with Waterford Upstart are better prepared for kindergarten, which leads to improved performance throughout their academic journey. Furthermore, these results are consistent across demographics, including children from underserved and rural communities. HB 671 is an opportunity to build on these successes and scale them statewide. By investing in this program, New Hampshire can lead the way in addressing early learning disparities, empowering families and setting children up for lifelong success. On behalf of Waterford.org, I commend Representative Pearson and the other sponsors of this bill for their leadership on this critical issue. I urge this committee to pass HB 671 and to support its implementation so that more children and families can benefit from programs like Waterford Upstart. And I thank the chair and the committee for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. If you have written testimony there, when you're finished, you can just pass it on up to the clerk.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you very much.
Do you want to ask him? Do you want to ask him questions, or shall I?
Why don't you go ahead, then we
Okay.
can.
Bernstein Shore was hired by Waterford Upstart, gosh, right there before COVID. they had started a program, a pilot program in Nashua. And it was funded by the United Way of Nashua, the city of Nashua, and the libraries were involved. I'm not so sure there was funding there. And the purpose was to try the program in New Hampshire as a pilot. And as you know, there is a population in Nashua, that's lower income, some new Americans, refugees coming in, et cetera. So they thought, let's try the program. The program was tremendously successful in Nashua, and they really saw a real uptick in the progress of the kids and truly their readiness to go to kindergarten. So they came to us, and at this point, Nashua, Waterford was only doing home-based. And so the reason they came to us at Bernstein Shore was they thought we had connections around the state, and the bottom line was getting directly to the individual family. And that was the question. How do we get to the family? How do we get to Representative Hale and say, we've got a program for your 3-year-old or 4-year-old? Because it was, frankly, person to person. It was truly home-based, not provider-based. So we worked over the course of time, and it was really fascinating to see where you found the people who had the 3-year-olds or the 4-year-olds to go into the program. The Department of Education, because of the success of Nashua, worked with Waterford and got a grant through UNH for $1.5 million to go statewide. And again, we worked really hard statewide, but you can well imagine in the North Country, you're picking off one here. And so Rob got hired, and I must say Rob has done an unbelievably phenomenal job, because I think a lot of his background with the Y and early childhood education, et cetera. So the program was very successful, but we did think that maybe we needed to see if we could work with providers. That had been tried in other states decades ago, and the providers had kind of said, no, we do this ourselves. This program is 15 minutes, 5 days a week, and there's a coach. When it was home-based, there's a coach that monitors the progress. And if they see a child is soaring here and not quite doing so well here, they will rejigger the program. They will also, if they see a child's using it too long, call up and say, what's going on. And I remember a story way back in the beginning when the coach called up and said it's supposed to be 15 minutes a day, 5 days a week for your child, and the child's using it 2 hours a day. Well, it turns out it was a family that the parents did not speak great English. English was a second language. The parents were using the program as well. And if the folks do not have an internet connection, Waterford pays for it. If the folks don't have a computer, Waterford will give them a computer or a tablet. That was part of the deal with Nashua, and that was part of the deal with DOE. And the Waterford would pay for the internet connection, and the computer, the state can't, because it's. So it was really incredibly successful. The grant from the state ran out last June. We had a whole group of kids who were already signed up for this calendar year, and we couldn't do it. We still got the kids. We're still waiting for it, and Waterford's still willing to chip in their part. That may be, I can't remember which one of you over here asked about the nonprofit. That may be part of the reason the nonprofit's in there, because as a nonprofit, Waterford was able to raise money to pay for the computers and the internet that the state couldn't do. So we thought a program needs to be established. You can't fund it if you don't have it established, which is why this bill. And we know it's a tough budget year, so we thought, let's get the program done. If it turns out at the end of the day there's $1 million, we'll take it and run. If it's $500,000, we'll take it and run. Or there are other providers that certainly can qualify and take it and run as well. So what Rob did is he realized there were some school districts that had pre-K and went into some of the school districts, and there are a number of school districts that now are using Waterford. We went to Londonderry because they have opioid abatement money. And from our perspective, if you teach a child how to read, and they can go to kindergarten ready to learn to read, or whether they learn in the first grade. I mean, I had one grandchild who learned in the first grade, and I have a dyslexic child, and let me tell you, that's a whole nother ball of wax. But if you can set them up for success and they can eventually read by the time they're in third grade, the trajectory of those kids being successful and not dropping out and not doing drugs and alcohol is terrific. And so that was the whole point of this, is to get kids so their brains are really ready to read. So we went to Londonderry because they got money from the opioid fund, and we went to Londonderry and said, can you use, they had, I think, like $60,000. Well, Londonderry was really excited about it because they don't have whole day kindergarten. And they said to Rob in Waterford, well, could you tailor a program to use with the kindergarten kids in the afternoon for 15 minutes, so that because they don't have full day kindergarten, they're not falling behind. And of course, Waterford said, yes, of course. They went to the AG's office, asked for the money, and the AG's office said, no, we're giving the money after they got the problem. And you're thinking, whoa, there's one little line that says prevention, but whatever. So, from our perspective, it's a prevention program. Whether the state continues to use Waterford or someone else, we just wanted to put it on the books so there's the opportunity if ever there is money. It's been tremendously successful. Private providers are using it, school districts are using it, and their homeschoolers are using it. And some people who just are doing when I say daycare themselves at home are using it, and the numbers are great. I'm going to hand you out 3 letters. Each program, no matter whether it's a provider program or at home program, has a coach. So the coach is watching and basically saying, this is working. We need to work a little bit more on that. And I've got also, I unfortunately did not bring but one copy, but I'll send you this too. It's the Waterford final report from 23-24 and 22-23. And Rob can answer technical questions. I can answer questions about what we've tried to do in New Hampshire, but we're very proud of working with Waterford because it really has helped kids. And it was wonderful during COVID, I will say again. So happy to answer questions, and thank you for listening to a little bit of my rambling, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just wait because it might be. Sorry. So I do have a question for you. In addition to the initial cohort size of individuals that seems to have expanded outside of the home-based program, it seems like your initial kit is fairly malleable. So like one person might need just a laptop, whereas one person might need internet connectivity and a laptop or something else. But my question really is with regard to, you mentioned second language learners or English limited proficiency. Are you providing transcription and translation services in the event that an individual or a family needs those as well?
Yes, absolutely. So we work with a translation service that we have coaches who speak Spanish and Haitian Creole, but we work with a translation service that will speak in over 100 languages. So if we have identified a family that speaks outside of the languages of our existing staff, we will coordinate with the translation service to be on the phone. And we will translate all of our materials into those languages for the families as well.
Representative Terry.
It sounds to me from your testimony, both of you, that you would find this piece of proposed legislation helpful to you. Could you just describe in a little bit more detail how it would be helpful to you, in what ways it would be helpful to you? And also, if you are aware of similar legislation in other states that may have already been enacted into law, and how that would mesh with this.
I can take part of it, and Rob can take part of it. This is really a public-private partnership, and so how we envision this is that Waterford would do as it has in the past, continue to contribute computers, internet, things like the coaches, et cetera, and the state would be able to help defray the cost of the curriculum, et cetera, and doing. The other thing is by having the legislation, it really, one, it allows the state to put in a little bit of money, and two, it really gives it validity, particularly going into some of in the case of schools that might, or towns that might want to fund it. And as I said, with like the opioid money, if we could have accessed that, then that would have been kids that were accessed with that money, the Londonderry, whereas the state money could help us cover others. Yes, there has been legislation in other states. In other states, it has been funded by the state. We are not certainly coming in here and asking for total funding. We really like to continue the public-private partnership. And Rob may want to add on to that.
What I would add is, yes, we have successfully seen similar legislation. Our Upstart product itself was created from legislation enacted in the state of Utah well over a decade ago. Is legislation similar to that is what created the building of our software.
Representative Selleck.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So it in what I'm hearing in your testimony, it sounds like you support this legislation because it specifically uses the program that you represent. Would you still want to support this legislation if other companies' programs, like the Creative Curriculum, for example, or which is a play base that also still teaches literacy skills, that was developed in the 1970s. But if it were not your program, but the program of another company or another founder that has nothing to do with you?
100%. As a native New Englander and as a person who has served families in early education in the state of New Hampshire prior to coming to Waterford, that is my first and foremost intent behind this bill. So if it did not happen to benefit Waterford, I would still stand behind this bill 100%.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. We talked a little bit about languages, but we also should talk about IEPs and 504s and how those potential reimbursement for services through your program or utilizing those types of things. How do you envision providers getting reimbursed for services that utilize a program like this?
We may have to get back to you on that one, but I didn't know that, this is my ignorance, I didn't know that children preschool had an IEP and got services, but do they?
Age 3.
Oh, age 3, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for my ignorance.
We would, that's not something we have done in the state of New Hampshire, but we would work collaboratively. We do believe in a scalable model. So if there was an opportunity to work collaboratively in that effort, we certainly would be adaptive to and open to those kinds of opportunities.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Just a follow-up to your dialogue about the state of New Hampshire, the DOE funding you for this for $1.5 million. Is there a reason why they aren't funding it this year? They haven't put it in their budget?
It was a federal program that's run through UNH, and you're only allowed to have one grant. And so that's why they couldn't fund it, continue to fund it. They had told us that if we ran out of money, we had so many kids that we ran out of the 1.5, that they would find a way to fund it. But unfortunately, when we were running out of money, budgets were getting tight and we could not get ARPA money. And so it hasn't was not continued to be funded. They didn't have their own money to do it, and there weren't federal programs that point that we were eligible for. There is a federal program though that I think Waterford.
We have received an EIR grant from the Department of Education for summer learning path for the next 3 years, which will benefit the state of New Hampshire. So we will be serving children for a summer learning for children entering kindergarten, so pre-K and kindergartners going into first grade for the next 3 summers. So in this, our summer learning path is intended to help support children in what we would consider the summer slide. So it supports children in that summer gap to prevent summer slide. It's the same software, but because our software serves children from pre-K all the way up through second grade.
Representative Nato?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Forgive me if I missed something. How long has the Waterford been in place?
Waterford has been around for 40 years.
Okay, thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you very much, both, for being here this
Thank you for your
morning.
time.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, friends and colleagues on the House Education and Policy Administration Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Jonah Orion Wheeler. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. I believe that Ms. Rosenberg and the man to her right did a good job explaining why this legislation is important. I believe Representative Pearson did the same. I'm here simply to say I support the kindergarten readiness program, and you can't start life without knowing how to read. And when you don't know how to read, it puts you 10 steps behind those who do. I wouldn't be 1/3 the man I am today without the books that I read and the literacy skills that I had as a young child. So I would hope that the state of New Hampshire moves forward in whatever way it can to make sure that our children are reading and standing strong and educating themselves at that early age as they go into school. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you giving me the time to affirm my support as a sponsor of this bill.
Thank you very much for being here. Any questions? See none. Thank you very much for taking time to come to Education Policy Committee. With that, I'll close the hearing on House Bill 671, and in a couple of minutes, we'll start the next hearing.
Where's your
I think we're about set to move on to our next bill. And I'll just point out that Jen kindly handed out a fiscal note that she received about 20 minutes ago for the prior bill, 671. So I think everyone should have a copy of that. So with that, we're on to House Bill 781, which is requiring school districts to adopt policies establishing a cell phone-free education and making an appropriation therefor. And taking the hot seat is Representative Litchfield. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. My name is Representative Melissa Litchfield, and I represent the towns of Brentwood, Danville, and Fremont, New Hampshire. I come before you today with one of 3 cell phone bills that have been put out there this particular session. What makes my cell phone bill different is I do have an appropriation. One of the things that I wanted to start by sharing with you is just simply systemic problems require systemic solutions. A study by Professor Michael Posner at the University of Oregon found that if you are focusing on something and get interrupted, on average, it will take you 23 minutes for you to get back to the same state of focus. And my thought is, if you've got a kiddo in a class that's 50 minutes long and their cell phone is pinging, 1 ping, 2 pings, your entire focus is gone for that entire class period. Also, the writer James Baldwin had said, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. This crisis is human-made, and it can be unmade by us too. The Pew Research Center, which is bipartisan, has stated that most Americans back cell phone bans during class, but fewer all-day restrictions. 68% of U.S. adults say that they support a ban on middle and high school students using cell phones during class. The Washington Times, October 3rd, 24, they are stating that cell phone bans for public school students do divide parents. And I wanted to address that a little bit early on. I know one of the biggest concerns that the parents have is safety and security. And within this bill and all of the bills that have come forward, there are exceptions if you're on IEP, certain 504s, and certainly if there is a medical issue. That being said, I had served for many years on the SAU 16 Safety and Security Committee. On that committee, we actually were the first to win an award in the state of New Hampshire for our progress with safety and security. We started just after the Sandy Hook tragedy. One of the things that we learned about was there's a hierarchy with the cell phone towers. So if there is some type of an emergency, the first responders actually have access to that first. And these kiddos are going to fall down at the bottom of the totem pole. I also want to throw out to you some hypotheticals that have happened, which we joke, but it's true. The kiddos' frontal lobes have not completely developed as yet. There have been times where kiddos have thought it was funny, just harmless, to text a parent saying, "Oh, mom, oh, dad, I got shot in the leg." It's not funny, and we can't have that sort of thing happening. The other thing that came up too is you hear this a lot quite often, that the parents are, with good intentions, I've done it myself, but what do you want for dinner tonight, right? It can wait. It can wait. Florida last year became the first state to enact a ban on cell phones during class times. As Governor Ron DeSantis signed this into law, he said social media does more harm than good. More than a dozen states from Alabama to Connecticut have followed suit amid bipartisan consensus that screen time damages young people mentally and emotionally. California Governor Newsom signed a law that requires every public school and charter school to limit or prohibit smartphones by July of 2026. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin signed an executive order in July that required public schools to implement bell-to-bell bans by January. And last one, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro signed into law in July $100 million in grants I point that out because I asked for $250,000 and we're getting pushback. But he signed an executive order for $100 million in grants to buy lockable cell phone pouches for schools that will lock the devices for the day. Veteran teachers say that they have observed for years that students use phones more for cyberbullying, pornography, and video games than for texting parents. Among those who support a ban, 70% say a major reason students would develop social skills. 50% say a major reason is students would be less likely to cheat. 39% say a major reason is it would reduce bullying in the schools. So 72% of United States high school teachers say cell phone distraction is a major problem in the classroom. High school teachers are saying that cell phone policies are hard to enforce. The governor of New York has a plan to ban only smartphones, which I thought that was interesting, by the way. Basically, you could still use your flip phones and your slide phones. The cell phone statistics, though, I wanted to share. This is 2025 Consumer Fair Key Insights. Almost all Americans, 98%, own a mobile phone. This translates to almost 331 million people. More than 9 out of 10, 91% of Americans own a smartphone. Each day, Americans spend 4 hours and 30 minutes on their mobile phones and check their phone 144 times per day. So like I tried to do a little bit of math. AI had said the average American gets about 5.7 hours of sleep per night. So I rounded up to 6 hours, and doing the math from there, it seems to me that we are checking our telephones on average every 7.5 minutes during the waking hours. Nearly 57% of Americans consider themselves mobile phone addicts. Children on average get their first phone at 11.6 years old, which, by the way, that's below the minimum age for social media platforms. Over half, 62.79% of the world's internet traffic comes from mobile phones. In 2023, the U.S. Surgeon General released a social media advisory. Nearly 70% of parents say parenting is now more difficult than it was 20 years ago, with technology and social media as the top two cited reasons. They threw out their suggestions for policymakers, and that was, just to basically, what can we do? What can we do out there as stakeholders in our communities? Suggestions for policymakers: pursue policies that further limit access in ways that minimize the risk of harm to social media for all children. And then for parents to create tech-free zones. Another problematic issue is social media use has been linked to ADHD. Also, social media fear of missing out or the pervasive apprehension that others might be having rewarding experiences from which one is absent has been associated with depression, anxiety, and neuroticism. Also, the Pew Research Center, this is 12/15/22, they stated that nearly half of U.S. teens have been bullied or harassed online, with physical appearance being seen as a relatively common reason why. 46% have experienced at least one type of cyberbullying listed. Within that, 32% have experienced offensive name calling, 22% spreading false rumors about them, 17% receiving explicit images they did not ask for, 15% constantly being asked where they are, what they're doing, or who they are with by someone other than a parent, 10% physical threats, 7% having explicit images of themselves shared without their consent. So I had come up with $250,000 for a grant, which I realized I probably don't have the best timing, right, during a budget year. I know things are tight. So I'll just tell you that going into it, I was at an education conference this past fall. And to be perfectly honest with all of you, I didn't necessarily see the cell phone use in the schools as a problem until that conference, simply because, as many of you know, you've heard me say before, I have 4 kiddos and they've been to both public and private schools. My kids aren't allowed to use their cell phone. So at the middle school level, it was just no cell phone use whatsoever, whether it was don't bring it or keep it in your backpack. At the high school level, I know right now my daughter is experiencing, they just have shoe racks, you know, the pouches. And when you come in the classroom, you put it in the pouch and you take it out as you leave. They do allow children to have it for the last 20 minutes of study hall, you know, during lunch, in between periods. But my point is that when I sat there and I listened to this and they talked about how addictive the cell phone is, I have to be honest with you, I had to sit back and I had to think, you know, as an adult, I think I'm addicted to my cell phone. My son, for example, he was at the Super Bowl this weekend and I didn't hear from him after the Super Bowl. And at 3 a.m., here I am checking my phone. Why didn't they text me? They made it back to the hotel safe, you know? So I completely understand where parents are coming from. So my thought was that I went ahead and I researched, you know, the school districts that are out there. The average public high school in New Hampshire is 536 students. I went down the list of listing, you know, each of the largest schools. And I thought, okay, there's a program and it doesn't have to be this specific program. It just happened to coincidentally be a vendor that was at the conference. And it was Yonder, which is what we heard about from some people that testified here before. The nice thing about a program like that is that $1,000 mini computer that parents spend so much money on is with the child at all times throughout the day, right? They put it in the pouch, it magnetically closes. There are magnets, let's say this is the exit of the school, where the kids just swipe and within 3 seconds they have access to their phone again. I also personally think it's a little bit more I appreciate the shoe racks. I think it's a great idea, but I do think the pouch is probably more sanitary, to be perfectly honest with you. It's your own pouch. So I figured $250,000 at roughly $30 each. That covers about 8,333 pouches. I know that's woefully low compared to the 160,000 students that we have here. I just, in my thoughts, I did not necessarily see a top-down order working with something like this because we are so used to having our cell phones on us at this point in time. And I honestly thought that if we were to get a pilot program working out there with schools that are interested, I have no doubt that they're going to show high success rates. They're going to show kids that are happier. We've heard that. Hopefully we'll have higher scores out there for these kiddos. And my thought was that would help us to organically gain more momentum. And people would say, hey, wow, this is really working for that district and this district. Let's hop on board. I also didn't want to put out there an unfunded mandate of any type. So I figured that this was the best way to compromise. I do want to address, too, that I had put myself on this bill. I did not put any other co-sponsors. It was just simply, I have served, this is my second non-consecutive term. So I purposely did not get legislation ready before I was elected, you know, superstitious. So we had a very quick window to get that legislation in as soon as we're elected. I did that, and it was just more important to me that I get it right with OLS, and things were a little chaotic this year versus going out there for the co-sponsors. So that's it. Thank you so much for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I think we've heard a number of bills on different iterations of this. I just wanted to be clear when we're looking at this, your bill actually requires a policy be adopted, not necessarily to stand up a pilot program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the myriad of data that you have provided to us today in support of the need for action in this area. My question is, with respect to the states that you have cited who have already acted, are there any states of which you are aware the policy or the requirements of the statute have already been implemented for a time and there is some initial data indicating how well the programs are working, the restrictions?
Yes, and I can get that to you in written form. but yes, there is data, and I'm drawing a blank. It's down south. I don't know if it's Mississippi or Louisiana. I want to get you the correct facts, but yes, they've actually seen a difference, a huge difference in their test scores as well.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a point of clarification, and it's possible that Representative Dry will actually have more information than you might, just in terms of the way, just because I know based on my husband's job, he's at sort of the top of the hierarchy for the, when cell service is restricted to people, because of his nature of being in charge of the first responders, you know, he has to have full access, right? But my understanding, and from being at events where access is restricted, it's that calls are restricted for sure, and it's the first responders that have that direct, immediate access to calls. But people are generally able to get text messaging, basic text messaging, not images, sent out for the purposes of safety or notification. I'm just wondering if you looked at that. I think about those pouches that you're talking about that lock as students come in and out of school, and in the incidences, which, you know, hopefully we won't have one, although I'm sure we will in New Hampshire at some point. But if students have to get to an exterior door in order to unlock a phone, in order to contact 911, I'm just concerned about how, whereas if they're in the shoe rack on the door, I'm just trying to understand how to direct that.
I think that that's just one particular system that, yeah. And, right. Right. I will mention that we will have a subcommittee looking at this as well as the other bills. So hopefully that subcommittee can delve into some of those issues. Do you have a brief response?
Well, you stole my thunder. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
No, so right, I understand what you're saying. And first of all, I don't know the answer to, you're right. I also got the impression that it would slow down the time in between receiving and sending messages, but I would have to verify, because when I did this work, honestly, it was a couple of years back, so things have probably evolved since then. I would assume that the teacher would have a phone, number one, a cell phone on them. Number two, I would assume that there would also be a landline that was involved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you very much, Representative. Next, Becky Wilson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are not taking a specific position on this exact bill. We do certainly support the intention of the bill. We understand the desire for a cell phone policy at the local school board level. We certainly support the idea of creating classroom environments that are less distracted all around. Many of the points have already been made, I think, by members of this committee and by the sponsor of this bill, but we would just ask the committee to consider a few points. We know you've heard significant testimony about cell phones in schools based on other bills as well. We want to reiterate that there are probably 4 or 5 bills around cell phone policies in schools just this session. Some of them have conflicting language or different language than this particular bill. We would really ask the committee, again, it sounds like there will be a subcommittee to do some work sessions on this, but that there's some collaboration so that whatever language is coming out of this committee doesn't conflict with other things that are also coming out of this committee or other committees. We also would just ask, again, that the legislation allow local school boards and district administration to collaboratively develop whatever policy is coming out of this legislation based on their own local needs, their school culture, staffing, the fiscal impact, that whatever language is coming out in a combined bill is not too prescriptive. We certainly understand the desire to have certain aspects of a policy covered or certain content that would be covered in the policy, but in terms of exactly what is managed in the policy or who is managing it or what is allowed or not allowed, that be left to local decision making based on a number of factors, which I think you've talked about in many of the hearings regarding the cell phone use. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
I was wondering about the issue with the Apple Watch or any watch. You know, they're becoming more sophisticated. I'm probably one of the last people on the planet to get a watch, but it can do a lot. Texting being one of those things. Have any of the policies addressed that usage? Do you know of?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I can't speak specifically to individual districts' cell phone policies that are already in place. It's not currently a required by law policy, so we don't necessarily house samples of all of those policies that are out there. I will speak from a district administrator standpoint that technology is changing all the time. Again, I think that's partially why it would be helpful if the policy, whatever comes out of this legislation, is not very prescriptive, because it will be difficult if it is too prescriptive to be able to adjust policies to adapting technology. We have as I think you heard Mr. Christina say previously, a fairly outdated electronic communications sample policy. But again, it's not specific to cell phones. In fact, it came out of a time when I think students were carrying pagers and things like that. So, I mean, it's quite dated, I'll just say that. But again, to address the fact that technology is constantly changing, what students will have access to is constantly changing, the fiscal impact of managing that in a different way in different districts could change. So while we certainly understand certain aspects needing to be included in a policy, allowing the local district to sort of craft that policy to meet whatever they are seeing at a given time, I think would be really beneficial. Thank you.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. I just want to be sure that I'm clear with something that you said, because it goes to the question that I want to ask, and that is, you are not currently aware of how many school districts have policies, what the content may be. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question,
And
Representative.
if regardless, because there is going to be a subcommittee, would you be in a position to be able to furnish us with some sample policies that you solicit, if you do not, from school boards that you do not currently, may not currently be in your possession? Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Representative. We certainly will work with the committee or the subcommittee to try to give you whatever information we can from local districts. The majority of local school districts have their policies and school boards posted online, the majority of them. So if there is a district or a school board that has a local cell phone specific policy, my guess is it's likely posted online on their website or available that way. We can try to collate some of that. We do not necessarily gather policies on any particular thing from any school boards in terms of, housing that at the School Boards Association, but certainly we'd be happy to try to help the department, help the committee get whatever information would be useful. I think you had a superintendent here previously from Pelham, who said that they had recently instituted that. So I think, we could at least do a little bit of digging to try to help support that work.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony. And the final card that I have is for Jerry Frew.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jerry Frew, New Hampshire School Administrators Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I will be brief. You have lots on your plate today. We're not taking a position on one particular cell phone bill. We do appreciate the chair's willingness to pull together a subcommittee to look at the various bills and to talk about the various impacts. We appreciate the representative's concern about smartwatches and where they might play into this communication piece. We certainly appreciate the representative's extensive research on the impact of cell phones in schools, and we also appreciate that there's a fiscal note attached to your particular piece of legislation, so thank you for that. There are competing philosophies around the use of cell phones. We certainly agree that something needs to be decided upon. In the end, it's our job to make sure that it gets done, whether it's a local policy, a state law, or however it may come about. Whatever the decision may be, it's our job to make sure that that happens. Representative Terry, we'd be happy to try to enlist from some of our members the existing policies and also the procedures of how those policies were developed. So we appreciate that question as well. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. And with that, we'll close the hearing on House Bill 781. And in a couple of minutes, we will start with House Bill 765. We are about ready to start with House Bill 765, consolidating school administrative units and making school superintendent jobs an elected position. And right on cue is the prime sponsor, Representative McGuire. And I will be turning the gavel over to Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And members of the committee, for the record, my name is Dan McGuire, and I'm very impressed you're on time today. All right. So I'm handing out a piece of paper. Does everyone have it? Not quite yet.
Oh, sorry.
This is the motivation for this bill. So what this piece of paper shows, and this is all data from the Department of Education, but it's displayed by this really fantastic website put on by Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. called Edunomics. So that website is a great one if you want to sort of visualize any kind of education-related data, and it gets down to the school in New Hampshire, for example. You can compare all the schools and look at various kinds of data. But anyways, this is kind of a summary page, and it shows three things. First of all, it shows that there's a serious problem. If you look at the bottom of the page, you can see that over this 10-year period starting in 2013, math and reading scores on standardized tests have been in a serious decline. Okay? And the second thing it shows, if you look at the top of the page, is that money is not the problem, right? Spending per pupil is up at an all-time high, way above inflation. And so the solution to the problem is not spending, or spending isn't affecting it in a positive way. And then the third thing that this shows, sort of indirectly, is that it's not just COVID, right? Because there's some COVID years on this page, but the trend started prior to COVID. So what this says to me is that what we need is different methods, right? Different structures in education, because what we have now is not working, and more money isn't solving the problem. So this particular bill is kind of a very small part of that. But what it does is it consolidates the number of SAUs we have in the state. So the number of SAUs we have right now, I think, is 104, and it includes 2 that are cross-state boundaries. There's 2 school districts, one that's a New Hampshire-Vermont school district, one that's a New Hampshire-Maine school district, and those school districts are also single district SAUs, and this bill does not touch those. So the bill is only about all of the purely New Hampshire SAUs. And so I think there's 102 of those. This bill would reduce it to 12. Okay? And the way it reduces them is to give one for Manchester and one for Nashua. So essentially no change there, because I think those are, cities are single district SAUs. And then the other 10 would be the remaining one for the remaining parts of Hillsborough County, and 9 for one for each of the other counties. So it's a county-based organization, and the goal of that is basically partly its efficiency, because I tend to think with more centralization, with fewer superintendents and so on, there should be some economies of scale, right? We can have bigger transportation contracts. If every SAU had a grant writer, maybe when you put 10 of them together, you don't need 10 grant writers. Maybe you can get by with 5 or something like that. Same thing with HR and payroll and all the other features negotiations with unions and all the other features of an SAU. So part of the goal here is simply efficiency, but the second part is also trying to attack the structure a bit, because right now the person that is most important, is most in control of the school system, is the school superintendent. If you look on page, and let's see if we can find it here. All right, look on page. Yes, so on page 7. So in law, in RSA 194-C:4, is a big list of all the things that superintendents do, right? And it's a giant list. Starts with payroll, recruitment, compliance, et cetera, but it includes a lot of direct teaching related things. So they do essentially all hiring, and they also do. You don't see it on this list because they didn't write this as a cross out. But what's also on this list, what's in the current law that's been removed here, is curriculum and policy and things like that. So this bill devolves curriculum and policy and deciding what to teach and how to teach to school boards, right? So this, I think, increases local control in a good way, in the sense that the school board is the closest and to the actual situation in their particular schools, right? And so, and the superintendent, in some sense, is the least accountable, right? At least a school board gets elected, and so if you're not happy with what's being taught in your school and not being, you can change your school board. But changing your superintendent is sort of one step removed, because it's all the school boards in the SAU who determine who the superintendent is, right? So the other thing that this bill does along these lines of having more local control is it makes the superintendent an elected official, not appointed. And so the superintendent would be elected by their, in the case of the county superintendents, by the voters in that county. In Hillsborough, it would be 3 different election districts, one for Manchester, one for Nashua, and one for the rest of the county. But at least they would be elected. And so I think both of those changes, giving more responsibility to school boards, especially over instruction related things like curriculum, would improve teaching, and also getting more accountability on superintendents. I think that would improve also, and I think the consolidation would help with costs of this level of administration. Because if you look in detail on what we've been spending on education over the last few decades, the costs have all been in the non-teaching area. It's not teachers that are somehow taking a bigger slice of the pie of the dollar. It's the non-teachers. That's where all of this expense, this extra expense, has been. So I'm hoping that this bill would get some more efficiency in that area. Now, I do want to say that when I structured this bill, there's kind of an easy way to do what I want to do here and a hard way. And I went with the hard way. So if you simply wanted to have fewer SAUs, there's an easy way of doing it, which is you can go to the map of all the SAUs and just start grouping them, right? You could say, okay, take SAU 1, 12, 13, and 17, put those into a single SAU. And then over there, you got SAU 20 and 5 and 38, and put those in a single SAU like that, right? And so that would solve a number of problems because some school districts cross county lines, right? So there's issue. The bill considers what to do with that and has a procedure and so on. But so that would make it easier because no school district, all school districts would just be within an SAU. It just would be a bigger SAU, and there wouldn't be any problems of splitting up monies, right? So because the monies that go for that SAU would come from a specific set of existing school districts. The bill doesn't change any school districts in any way. But I decided against that method because it didn't accomplish necessarily my secondary goal of making the SAU itself more accountable, right? Because I wanted it, I chose to put it as a part of a county, or in the case of Manchester and Nashua, a city, so that its budget would be considered as part of the county, and so the delegation would vote on the budget, and there would be a little bit more oversight as to what's going on in the SAU. The SAU and the superintendent would have some more people to help them, but also some more control over them, right? So that the county organization, which already has personnel, it already has HR and payroll and all those kind of things, could help with the transition. There would be people there, like county commissioners and so on, that would help with the transition from what we have now to this new structure. But it would also provide some management expertise and control. And so I like that aspect of it. And so the bill, like I said, is a little more complicated because of it. But personally, I think it's worth it. Your mileage may vary. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So is it your contention that school superintendents don't need to have any qualifications as related to education, as related to experience as an administrator or anything else? Because as an elected person, there's nothing listed in here other than being essentially an eligible voter in that district, which means that my 18-year-old could become the new superintendent without having any understanding of any of the aspects of any of these skills?
Yes, thank you for the question. And in general, that's true, but I doubt the voters would pick your 18-year-old daughter over a more qualified person. So we don't have any particular qualifications for our governor, for our other elected officials, right? I don't even know if county attorneys are required to be members of the bar or not. I'm not sure, but the point is, no. I think I'm willing to trust the voters to pick someone who is qualified, and again, I see this role by moving the curriculum and those aspects of teaching down to the school board and principals level. There'll be less of the teaching specific aspects of the superintendent's job and more of the administrative aspects.
Follow-up?
Thank you. So for follow-up, I think about the way that our brand new superintendent in my district has come in and spent time getting to know children in the district, teachers in the district, the different challenges that are very specific to our small district, to identify what's going to be in the best needs of our students. and I came from teaching in a district that was county-based, where there was a lot of very remote supervision. How do you see the superintendent having sufficient time to actually know what all of the different needs are of the very varied schools in our counties, given that there's been no structure or way to transition to that type of a model?
Yes, thank you for the question. But again, I'm just going to go back to, I think those local aspects should be local and should be the responsibility of the school board. Right now, the school board, I've never seen my local school principal without the superintendent sitting next to him. You know, the superintendent has too much of a role in my mind, and the local people who know what's going on, the school board and their principals and other administration that they hire, they are intimately involved with the children, with the teachers, and so on. And so I'd like to see more local control and have the superintendent be more of a straight administrator.
The counties, in some way, do you share any concern that there's potentially some, that you've done the sort of district apportionment without voter input or a conversation around that for potential disenfranchisement issues?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Sort of yes and no. I mean, we have the most representative legislature in the country. The reason there's 400 of us is to give everyone a say in the affairs of the state. But we do not allow, we determine a lot of things centrally in the legislature because we don't want scattered laws, right? We don't want this law here and that law there and so on. So I guess I'm not too worried about it because I think that, so our legislature is twice as big as the second biggest one, which is Pennsylvania, much bigger state. So we have representation from every corner of the state that will be voting on this and votes on all of our other legislation. So I guess that part doesn't bother me too much. And also, again, moving the SAU to being more administrative and more bureaucratic, if you want, I don't know, maybe more technical, that kind of thing, and less involved in actual teaching, I think that would be something locals would appreciate, right? Because they themselves would then have more control over what's going on in their schools.
Thank you. So additionally, you mentioned the conversation around county oversight and county commissioners. As someone who chairs one of the county delegations, I'm curious to understand how you would stand up something like this and without there being a department stood up within there as well. Line item appropriations don't just happen without there being a department to associate them with in the appropriation control reports. So I have some serious questions about if you could answer how that would work.
All right, thank you. Yes, I do see the superintendent's office as being a county or city, in the case of Manchester and Nashua, level department. If you think that I haven't written the law, as completely as it should be, I'm happy to entertain changes. But yes, I think of it as another county official, probably more important than, but similar to the county attorney, the sheriff, all those kind of officials.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. Thank you. While recognizing the demographic differences across the states, and in looking at New Hampshire, the data that you provided for us, and kind of moving somewhat between the granular level and the 40,000 foot level, because clearly this is a proposed piece of legislation that will create an earthquake and tectonic shifts. If in fact it were to be implemented in any way, shape, or form.
If I may
close to the
just
original intent.
slightly interrupt.
Yeah.
The state of the room doesn't seem to agree with.
Well, maybe it may be, yeah. So, being aware that there are states that administer education on a county level, for example, Virginia, with which I'm somewhat familiar. Would you be able, do you know, or would you be able to provide us with data that would show us the differences with respect to spending, inflation, reading, and math scores in states that administer education on a county level rather than on a, shall we call it, a local level, where we have so many, our district could be characterized in one way, shape, or form as balkanized?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I could work on this. I don't have specific data as you're describing. I mean, there's all different kinds of structures in the various states. As I understand it, the state of Hawaii is a one-state school board. Right. So, you know, it is all over the place.
Well, yeah. Quick. But in view of the fact that you are proposing a county model, it would be very helpful to be able to look at states that administer, that are structured on the basis of counties. And so I'd really appreciate it if you could do anything, because I'm a little short of staff to be. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm heading into the budget. Thank you, but I'm heading into the budget season, and so my personal time is quite limited as well. But I'll see what I can do. See if I can find a paper or something.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to wrap my head around the part of it where the superintendent is elected. So I'm from Manchester. We have over 12,000 students, over 2,000 employees, 24 schools. The superintendent just leaving out curriculum. The superintendent is busy going to subcommittee meetings, going to the schools, attending events. When do you foresee them raising money and campaigning without taking time away from their job duties, which of course they don't even have to be qualified for this? So having to campaign every 2 years, which could mean turnover every 2 years of somebody who won't know anything about what they're doing. How do you see that as a positive?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I just in general see more control by the voters as a positive thing. And I think that we've made the superintendent just too powerful with too little direct control by the voters. And so that, I don't feel like, you know, I know my county attorney quite well. I don't feel like somehow their job is being shortchanged by the fact that they're elected. So, no, I guess I'm not in line with the premise of your question.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Aren't superintendents already at the most local premise responsible to the duly elected boards that they serve alongside of, and our elected boards oversee superintendents?
Yes, thank you for the question. So it's true that the school boards meet as sort of a large school board, and they elect or they hire the superintendent. But that's a step removed from the voter. And so whereas it's the voters themselves that vote on the budget and the other aspects of their school board, but they don't have a more direct say in what's going on at the SAU level. And because if you look at this list on page 7 and 8, it remains that there's a large aspect of teaching that's and running of schools that's done by the superintendent. So the superintendent is clearly the most important person in the school system, most directs what's going on. And again, I feel a little bit too removed from the voters.
Representative Litchfield. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So honestly, you may very well have gone over this during the introduction. I just found myself getting so caught in the weeds, processing all of this that I might have missed it.
Yeah.
What prompted I understand that you feel removed, but what prompted electing superintendents? Was there an outcry within the state from constituents, voters, residents saying, we're really unhappy with the current status of how things are done, or with our superintendent in general?
Yeah, thank you for the question. No, I wouldn't say it's that. It's more that I'm looking at this. I think based on what I gave you earlier, the conclusion I gave you from this data was that it's the structure of our system that needs reform. It's the way we're going about things that needs to change. And so that led to thinking about what's going on with this structure, realizing that the superintendent's the most important person. There's not very clear oversight over the superintendent. I mean, superintendents, one thing I changed was contact with the public is on the list currently in law of what superintendents do, right? Shouldn't it be the school board who's doing contact with the public? So that's one of the things I changed, things like that. So it's just more thought about the structure. And I generally think moving, I like local control, and I think that people make decisions better. Not every school within a SAU is going to be in the same situation, right? I mean, some of them are going to be performing very well and others less well, right? And so the way they deal with education has got to be different and got to be tailored to their own circumstances. So I do think we'll get better results if we emphasize local control.
Representative Selig. Thank you, and thank you for taking this question. And it may be that it's more suitable to a representative from the School Boards Association, but my understanding from conversations I've had with our school board members and our superintendent and in looking at school structure in the state is that school board members are restricted in their abilities around micromanagement of classrooms and classroom models while they're looking at curriculum as a whole and partnering with the superintendent with guidance around that they are not to be going into the schools and checking these things. They're not to be interfering with classroom teachers for the purposes of protection on a number of different levels in both directions. And so I'm trying to understand if the school board suddenly has full control over the curriculum, how is this going to be able to be evaluated, who's checking it, and how the legality of all of this could possibly work, especially if we end up with a partisan component to what is currently a nonpartisan position.
I guess I don't see, sorry, thank you for the question, but I guess I don't really see this difficulty. I think that certainly, I mean, teaching is something that's going on all the time, right? And so the curriculum and things like that. First of all, people can hire people who work on that, and they do, but also. I don't know that it needs massive change year to year, that kind of thing, right? I think people can refine it. Teachers can be given more leeway on what to teach and how. So again, I just think that moving things more local has the advantage that some more things can be tried locally, and if they work locally, then word will get out and others can follow. So when you have a more of a top-down control from the superintendent to the schools of this is the way to teach and this is what to teach and so on, there'll be less experimentation, there'll be less, and that's not even the right word, but there'll be less fine-tuning for the local effectiveness, right? And certainly people will find out if a particular school all of a sudden becomes effective and has rising scores and better outcomes, then people will want to know, what are you doing, right? And so making that not something that's done by some number of superintendents, but something that's done more on the school level, I think can't help but lead to a better outcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative McGuire, for coming in, and we'll see you this afternoon.
You certainly will.
So that one is actually going to be in Reps Hall.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you very much.
Jerry Frew.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with the committee this morning. Jerry Frew, New Hampshire School Administrators Association, here to register our opposition for this particular piece of legislation, and I would be happy to provide you with some reasons why. I previously testified in another piece of legislation discussing the feasibility of reducing SAUs and superintendents. So I won't repeat that testimony, you have that, but there are a number of questions that arise from this particular piece of legislation. The prime sponsor recognizes that the person most in control is the school superintendent at the local level, so the question comes to mind, why then would you want to remove that person further from the local community that holds their contract and holds them accountable? My lived experiences as a superintendent would indicate, either from any district that I've worked in, that the superintendent is a key component of the school community, involved, dedicated to the local kids, the local communities, and care about results and what's happening in their place. And if I'm not doing a good job, my local school board can fire me. And that's happened. If it didn't happen, we wouldn't need a legal aid arm of our association. It happens. When folks don't like, when a school board doesn't like the performance of the superintendent, who, by the way, through most contracts have a stipulation in the contract that they are to be evaluated annually by the school board with results, with goals. That's part of just doing business. That's good business. The thought of having to run for election every 2 years, I just don't know how that individual, who is the educational leader, who there are studies, and I'm surprised it doesn't show up in the Georgetown study, that stability at the top is one of the contributing factors to student success and achievement. And so I think the the possibility of having to replace that person every 2 years with someone who may or may not be an educator, who may or may not really be invested in the children and the families of the district is a very slippery and scary slope. You know, I cite, for example, there are 39 towns in Grafton County. How could one superintendent possibly be connected to all of those towns? Or in Hillsborough County's 29 towns, how could, that's besides Manchester and Nashua, how could that person be connected to other communities? Bedford, Merrimack, Pelham. I just don't know how that works in terms of educational performance and excellence for kids. I think that's what gets overlooked in this discussion of this very complex bill. I don't think I'm alone in that thinking. And looking at the online testimony, there are 8 folks who signed in support of this bill. There are 700 who oppose it. I think that's a pretty clear statement that local communities want local control and the connection to their superintendent. I'll stop because I know there may be questions. You've got a busy day. There's another bill before lunch, and I don't want to disturb anybody's lunch because that's trouble.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Frew. Do you have any clarity on how county apportionment or reimagining the counties? I'm not even quite sure if within Hillsborough County now we have 3 mini inter-counties with respect to Manchester and Nashua, or if they're potentially still falling under Hillsborough County as a whole when I read this piece of legislation. But do you have any idea on how this apportionment might affect county budgeting, municipal budgeting?
Thank you for the question, Representative Murray. I can simply say I don't.
Representative Selig.
Thank you very much. And thank you for taking my question. Looking back at your experience as a school administrator, if you were working with curriculum decisions, was that a decision you would have made alone, or was that something that would have been done in consultation with the local school board of that specific school district that might have been different from the school district immediately next to yours?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Typically, curriculum is developed through curriculum, in my experiences, through curriculum committees set up by the local district, comprised of teachers, curriculum administrators, principals, parents, and some students. And that committee then develops their curriculum proposals and presents those proposals to the local school board. The local school board also is responsible for approving the program of studies annually for each school district. So they are kept in touch with classes that may be in process of being developed, curriculum materials that are being purchased, and the assessment results as a result of those purchases. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Becky Wilson. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Good morning, members of the committee, Vera Christina School Boards Association. I didn't put in a card. I had other meetings. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it back in time for this hearing, and I apologize not having heard all of Representative McGuire's sort of introduction to the bill. I'm flying blind here a little bit. We're opposed to the bill. I think on one of the other bills I talked about, the number of school administrative units that have, in one person's opinion, maybe ballooned over the last 20 years or so. That's because local communities want their local superintendent and they want to be able to hire the person that they want to hire. So they have a connection with that community and is not overseeing 25, 28, 29 other school districts and may not even live anywhere within near your community. I guess some of the other aspects too, and just hearing some of the conversation and questions about putting school boards in charge of administrative functions such as curriculum, pupil governance and discipline, fiscal affairs, staff, student, parental safety. Your typical school board member has a 9 to 5 job. That's why we hire professional administrators to do this within the course of their work. I know plenty of school board members that have, work in Boston. I know a handful that work in Boston, and they're running home, driving 80 miles an hour up I-95 or 93 to make that school board meeting at 6 or 6:30 at night. I don't know how they're going to be involved with educational services, curriculum, fiscal affairs, so on and so forth, as the bill seems to indicate. We also have to remember too that our school superintendents are the educational experts within the school district. They have higher degrees in curriculum, instruction, and assessment, fiscal affairs, and all the other aspects that go into becoming a certified superintendent. I don't know if the bill made any changes to RSA 194C. I apologize. Like I said, I'm just kind of looking at the bill I guess there are some changes here as well too on page 7 of the bill, I guess. But if you just take a look at RSA 194C4, the superintendent services, there's a litany of responsibilities that the school superintendent is in charge of: payroll, cash flow, bills, records and files, accounts, reporting requirements, recruitment, supervision and evaluation of staff, development, review and evaluation of curriculum, compliance with laws, regulations regarding special education, Title IX. I'll save you the time of reading through the litany of responsibilities that superintendents are responsible for. That's why we have strong central offices with principals and superintendents, assistant superintendents, curriculum coordinators, special ed directors, business directors. Because running a multi-million-dollar corporation requires some specific background and expertise, if you will, and all the things that it takes to run a school. I feel like I'm babbling. Again, I apologize for not being here at the beginning, kind of flying by the seat of my pants right now, but we're opposed to the bill. I think some of the comments I made on other bills will exemplify why. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Nato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the graph here, sir, and it seems to me that the kids are losing out on the end here. Do you know if there was any curriculum changes that it's really not clicking with them, that they're not really excelling in any of this? Because you look on the DOE website and it's pretty bad. As far as proficiency scores.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question, Representative. Just to be clear, I'm not an educational expert. I don't know anything about curriculum assessment or instruction. Some people have pointed to. I've read. I keep track on the articles of people write relative to public education in New Hampshire. I know there have been some questions about a math program that has been implemented back in 2009 or 2010 that I think was related to Common Core. Don't quote me on that, but I've seen some aspects of that. Statewide, I certainly don't track what every school district is using in parts of their curriculum. It's just not what we don't have the capacity to do that at the School Boards Association. So I guess the roundabout way to answer your question is, I'm not certain. There may be something in whether or not it's the curriculum, whether or not it's the method of instruction that I'm not aware of, but I understand your point, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Barrett, can you fill out a pink card? Thank you. Anyone else looking to testify on HB 765? No. We're going to close the hearing. We're just going to take a couple-minute break. I'm going to open the hearing on HB 571, including Constitution Day and patriotic exercises required of public schools, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Perez.
Oh, I thought I did. I apologize. Thank you, representatives. For the record, I am Representative Christine Perez, Rockingham 16, Londonderry, New Hampshire. I'm here to present to you House Bill 571, which will simply add an additional patriotic exercise to RSA 189-18. Presently, only Memorial Day and Veterans Day require, quote, exercises of a patriotic nature, end quote, in our schools during the week of said holidays. I would like to add Constitution Day to that list and include exercises on the Articles of Confederation and how its failure led to our federal Constitution, add New Hampshire Constitution, and include additional exercises in our rights and responsibilities as citizens. Now, you may ask why the citizen piece. Allow me to explain this with a very brief account of the history of Constitution Day, as well as what some of these rights and responsibilities may include. In 1940, Congress approved American Day, setting the third Sunday in May for recognition, observance, and commemoration of American citizenship. The resolution originally specified the day as Citizenship Day, but a conference committee changed its name to I Am an American Day. In 1952, Congress renamed the holiday to its original proposed title of Citizenship Day and moved it to September 17th, the anniversary of the signing of the Constitution, September 17th, 1787. In 1956, to encourage Americans to learn more about the Constitution, the Congress established Constitution Week, which begins on September 17th. Moving forward, Senator Robert Byrd sponsored in 2004 legislation to establish September 17th as Constitution Day. So here we are. We have American Day, Citizenship Day, and now Constitution Day. But no matter the name, it represents the importance of knowing about our federal Constitution as well as our New Hampshire Constitution, how and why they became, and what the distinct honor of being a citizen under the Constitution means. What rights do we have exclusive to us as U.S. citizens? Some of those rights include the freedom to express yourself, the right to vote in elections, the right to run for elective offices, the right to a prompt, fair trial by jury, and the right to live here in the United States are just a few of those rights. We have responsibilities. We must support, we must defend the Constitution, participate in the democratic process, respect and obey federal, state, and local laws, respect the rights and beliefs and opinions of others, and of course pay taxes and serve on a jury if called. Unfortunately, Constitution Day is not a federal holiday, despite attempts in 1987. But that should not undermine its significance. I urge you to vote ought to pass on this legislation and ensure that children of all ages continue to learn why we have the right to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you for your attention, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think at this point in time that the Constitution is not taught in our schools?
I do believe it is taught in our schools, and I believe it is started in a very young grade. My concern about the Constitution is if you learn the process of the Constitution and it's in third grade, and maybe in seventh grade, and maybe again if with the requirements of U.S. history, I just think that it's so important in our lives, in our everyday lives, that there's nothing wrong with during that week of Constitution Week to reinforce our commitment to it with education.
Follow up? Follow up, okay. So do you think that the Constitution Day isn't recognized in school? Do we know that?
I do not know that Constitution Day is. I do know that the only days that are really that are only recognized under patriotic exercises in RSA 189-18 are Memorial Day and Veterans Day. And, you know, I think Constitution Day is as important, and therefore it should be recognized to have special speakers, perhaps, special programs. It's important.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we'll be hearing a bill later today that would remove civics, government, history, among other things, from our social studies curriculum as mandated parts of our curriculum. And I'm wondering how you would see if that bill should survive, despite the 28,000 people who've signed against it so far, how you would think this bill would fit in with that.
I think I'd like to take the attitude of, let's see what happens with that bill. You know, I don't think whether you pass or if that bill passes or fails, it really will directly relate to this, because this is not something that is going to be in a curriculum. It's a recognition of a day. So just like when we used to recognize children's birthdays on their birthday in school, I don't believe they do that anymore. This would be a recognition of a day and not necessarily have to be part of a curriculum.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is regards to the amendment. On the original bill that was submitted, you have added an amendment that it shall include instruction on how the failure of the Articles of Confederation led to the need for the federal Constitution. I'm just wondering why you added that specific requirement in, as opposed to just commemorating and having other activities that would, as you say, Pledge of Allegiance, Star Spangled Banner, and the Constitutions.
Quite honestly, I was asked to add that, and I believe I could have the representative that asked me to ask that speak to that. I think part of it is because it's a chain of events that occurred in the beginning of us becoming, you know, a country. So I think it's part of the sequence of it.
Yeah, just a follow-up. And also, in terms of the time requirement, it says one session or a portion thereof. Sometime during the week, I'm not quite sure what you're actually asking.
It doesn't have to occur on that day. It can occur during the week of that week. So I think that's what it is. It does not have to be on that day.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for my question. I guess I'm curious whether or not you would see that there might be a fiscal impact to any of the education or curriculum required to prepare for it, to make sure that you were putting something forward in a way that addressed things in your the underlying bill and the amendment, which I do need to look at. So I just didn't know if you had seen that there was any fiscal impact.
Quite honestly, I can't believe that there would be any fiscal note, but again, if possible, if they had speakers come in. But I think that the possibility of being able to get speakers to come in without cost is a very probable. Certainly people come in and speak for Memorial Day and Veterans Day. And then our teachers teaching, it doesn't have to be someone from the outside. I know I have a friend who has a child in a school district that on Veterans Day, they just have a big program that day, an assembly, and you know, children who have grandparents or fathers that are veterans, they get their pictures. And so I can't really see that there would be a fiscal impact on it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Edwards? Oh, Christine.
I'm Representative Jess Edwards, Rockingham District 31, Auburn, Candia, Chester, and Deerfield. I hadn't intended to testify. I'm a co-sponsor on this, but it seemed that I was called by the prime sponsor to offer some background on why the Articles of Confederation are relevant to Constitution Day. As you know from our history, the Articles of Confederation was the first attempt to get the 13 independent states to cooperate with one another, and that turned out to be a failure for a number of reasons. Reasons I'd be able to articulate better if it had been part of my public school education. That's a joke. But it did fail, and it created an obvious need for a stronger document with stronger unity, and that begat the Constitution. And a necessary thing that was introduced in the Constitution that was not in the Articles was the Bill of Rights. And so the Bill of Rights at the time was thought to be so obvious it never needed to be documented. And today, we're in a world where we're the only one with the First Amendment right to speak our mind, and that's really a critical right. And I think it's important for kids to appreciate that we could have been in a very different world had the Articles of Confederation been, what we're governed by today. So that's my thought on the Articles of Confederation being included.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none?
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Max Goddard?
Good afternoon. My name is Max Goddard. I'm a New Hampshire citizen representing myself. I'm here to testify in support of this bill. I learned about Constitution Day in my civics class in 2009 in high school. I think the representative's comments about the uncertainty of the future of civics being taught in New Hampshire. But I have actually read read the Constitution on Constitution Day every year since 2009. I just enjoy that day is celebrated in this country at all. I think it would be a great thing to add to the edition of school. I don't really know how necessary it really would be, but I don't think it's a horrible thing. But I would like to read just a small portion of the Constitution today because I think it's quite relevant. Specifically, the 14th Amendment, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive of any person of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. To close, I just have one further quote to read from a recent hearing last week. It's a quote from U.S. District Judge John Coffenor. It has become ever more apparent that, to our president, the rule of law is but an impediment to his policy goals. The rule of law is, according to him, something to navigate around or simply ignore, whether that be for political or personal gain. Nevertheless, in this courtroom and under my watch, the rule of law is a bright beacon which I intend to follow. I said this 2 weeks ago and I'll say it again today. There are moments in this world's history when people look back and ask, where were the lawyers? Where were the judges? In these moments, the rule of law becomes especially vulnerable. I refuse to let that beacon go dark today. As a judge, my job is not to only uphold the rule of law, but to protect the rule of law itself. Birthright citizenship is a fundamental constitutional right. The 14th Amendment secures the blessings of liberty to our posterity by bestowing to all those born in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction the rights of citizenship. We are all citizens subject to the rule of law. No amount of policy debate can change that, and the fact that the government has cloaked what is effectively a constitutional amendment under the guise of an executive order is equally unconstitutional. The Constitution is not something which the government may play policy games. If the government wants to change the exceptional American grant of birthright citizenship, it needs to amend the Constitution itself. That's how our Constitution works. That's how the rule of law works. Because this president's order attempts to circumscribe this process, it is clearly unconstitutional. I just want to reflect on those comments, and may they be a reminder to all public servants that they take an oath to the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'll
Max.
take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Anybody else looking to testify on this? Okay, we're going to close the hearing on HB 571, and I'll just remind everybody that starting at 1 o'clock, we will be across the street at Reps Hall.
Good morning, or I guess it is afternoon, isn't it? I've been looking forward to this. I should know it's afternoon. Welcome everybody to Representatives Hall, an historic chamber. This and the Senate chamber on the other side of the wall are the longest continuous legislative chambers in the country. And I welcome you to the Education Policy and Administration Committee. Members are lined up in front, and we have 4 bills on the docket for this afternoon. If you haven't filled out a card or signed in support, you can do that when you came in through the doors, blue sheets to sign in support or opposition to a bill, and pink cards if you want to speak. So I have a number of pink cards, and I see the prime sponsor. So we will get started with H.R. 9, which is urging the Department of Education to emphasize STEM education in public schools. And I'll just mention that the mics are live. I'll try and call several people at a time so you can line up so we can move along quickly. And I would ask that everyone limit their remarks to 3 minutes, except for the prime sponsor. So welcome, Representative Thomas.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. A few months ago, I was approached by Team Phoenix 4-H Robotics Club at the Academy for Science and Design in Nashua. The core beliefs of the Academy for Science and Design reflect the school's dedication to inspiring, engaging, and challenging students to become the next generation of problem solvers. Students with not only highly developed academic abilities, but also with a keen global awareness and commitment to improving the lives of others. Team Phoenix is a community team with 51 team members from across New Hampshire. It was established during the 2007-2008 first season. ASD is a STEM charter school that supports Team Phoenix by providing the team's shop space. The school holds a lottery every year for attendance, and due to its small size, the school must turn away hundreds of applicants each year who don't make the lottery. The kids were talking about this one day and decided to go online and start looking at classes offered at high schools around the state, and discovered the reason they believe so many people are trying to leave their traditional high schools for ASD is likely because the same STEM class options don't exist. Some towns have higher level math, like multivariable calculus, and others don't. Same for programming classes, robotics and engineering classes. Then they thought, how can we fix this? After several meetings, the team and I came up with House Resolution 9, urging the Department of Education to emphasize STEM education in public schools. These very bright kids are our future. They understand that in a changing world, in order to be competitive in the job market, STEM education, including software and robotics, is vital. They also recognize that if New Hampshire places a priority on STEM education, then it could attract STEM industries and businesses to our state, which would then allow kids more chances to stay in New Hampshire for job opportunities. We understand that since 2017, the New Hampshire state budget has included funding for the Robotics Development Education Fund, processed through the New Hampshire Department of Education. All public and public charter schools are eligible for this grant program. In the current state budget for 2024-2025, there was $1.5 million over 2 years for this grant program. In the latest budget for 24-25, there was a $455,000 line item that funded the XRP program, providing access to XRP robots and training to all middle and high schools in New Hampshire. These are positive measures taken by New Hampshire and are greatly appreciated. However, you will be hearing from some of the team members why they would like New Hampshire Department of Education to place an even stronger emphasis on STEM education. These kids know full well how STEM training and education is enhancing their lives and their future, and they would like all students around New Hampshire to have the same opportunities to be exposed to STEM education and to appreciate the economic future that STEM education will be open to them. We all know that the budget is impossibly tight right now, but this resolution is a prayer from New Hampshire's youth for the future. In conclusion, and I'm going to be reading from the bottom of the resolution, this House resolution asks that the General Court, and by extension the Department of Education, advocate for the installation of STEM curricula within New Hampshire public high schools. Such curriculums include dedicated courses in robotics, advanced programming, engineering, and higher level mathematics. The purpose of this initiative shall be to develop robust classes in each of the aforementioned areas, ensuring students not only meet basic standards, but also gain the exposure needed to build genuine interest and expertise, in the previously mentioned fields. Introducing specialized courses earlier in students' academic careers would prepare them to excel in college-level STEM programs and equip them with essential skills to succeed in the evolving workforce. Lastly, I would just like to let you know that some of the online testimony that appears to be opposing this bill was actually entered opposing the bill that will follow this one, which is 283. So I'm going to ask you all to please carefully read the testimonies that you receive online. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll remind everybody that we're going to go with a 3-minute time limit, if you would. First up is Prano Grower from, I'm sorry for any mispronunciations, from Nashua, followed by Jonathan Gale.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Pranav Grover, and I live in Nashua, New Hampshire. I'm a member of Team Phoenix, which is a robotics team dedicated to inspiring the next generation of innovators. I attend the Academy for Science and Design in Nashua, and I'm here today to express my strong support for House Resolution 9, which emphasizes the need to strengthen STEM education. A highly skilled workforce proficient in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is critical to sustaining economic growth in the great state of New Hampshire. Yet there are growing concerns about our ability to produce qualified workers to meet the demands of an increasingly STEM-focused economy. This is not just a national issue, it's an obstacle with direct consequences for New Hampshire. Our state will need to fill nearly 54,000 STEM jobs by 2028. This is especially important for industries like biopharmaceuticals, one of the most innovative sectors in our economy. In New Hampshire alone, biopharmaceuticals directly employs over 2,400 people, supports more than 11,000 jobs, and contributes $2.7 billion in total economic output. I hope these numbers demonstrate the high stakes of investing in STEM education. I've also seen firsthand the transformative impact of programs like FIRST Robotics, which teaches students critical thinking, collaboration, and technical skills. Without it, I don't think I'd be standing before you today. Just imagine the possibilities if every student in New Hampshire had access to similar opportunities. By supporting House Resolution 9, you are investing in our students, our economy, and the future of our state. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge you all to vote in favor of House Resolution 9 to build a stronger, more innovative New Hampshire.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Good job. Hold on one second, and we'll see if there's any questions. Yes, Representative Selig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious if, this is a bit speculation, but with the learning you're getting in your high school and then essentially intending to go on for the future, if STEM education opportunities stop in New Hampshire, what do you think would happen in terms of your likelihood of remaining as a New Hampshire resident?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
What do you, if the support for STEM education goes away within the state, will that have an impact on your desire to stay in New Hampshire as a resident after you graduate from high school and go on for further education?
I think STEM education is really what opened my eyes to the possibilities and like the different sectors of engineering, science, math, and stuff like that. I think if it goes away, these students, they're not going to know what they can do in New Hampshire, and I can definitely see in the future that there's going to be a lot of what scientists call brain drain, which is when students leave their state to go pursue opportunities in other states. You know, we need to make these kids aware of like what's available to them. So,
Thank you so very much.
thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jonathan Gale, followed by Oceana from Londonderry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Jonathan Gao. I'm from Nashua, New Hampshire, and I'm also currently a senior at the Academy for Science and Design. And I'm here today to express my support for House Resolution 9, which aims to increase STEM education opportunities in New Hampshire schools. And I've been fortunate enough to attend a school with a lot of specialized STEM electives, including engineering, physics, and many coding courses. But the reality is, not every school and not every student has similar experiences like mine. Not necessarily because they lack interest, but because they lack an opportunity. However, I've seen the power that giving these students an opportunity can have. Recently, at Fairgrounds Middle School, a school just 5 minutes away from my house, I helped tutor and start a science club for students who had never even taken a hands-on science course. And when I volunteered there, I could feel the excitement as they could barely sit still in their chairs when we would do a new science experiment each week, and I would only see the smiles on their faces brighten up every time we learned something new. STEM gave these students an opportunity that sparked their curiosity and their drive to learn. And no matter the career, STEM has become an essential part of our society. The microphone that allows me to present today, the lights that lighten up this room are an essential part of our everyday lives. Yet, for many students, access to STEM education remains limited. By supporting House Resolution 9, you are making an investment in not only the students of New Hampshire, but also the future of our state and the many generations to come. You are providing them an opportunity that will spread from student to student and build a stronger New Hampshire for generations to come. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you support House Resolution 9. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Owishke, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, followed by Yonatan Lenski.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Policy and Administration Committee. My name is Oishik Chakraborty, and I'm a high school student that attends the Academy for Science and Design. As you guys know, it's a public charter school where STEM is pretty much a big pillar of our education. Today, I urge you to support House Resolution 9, emphasizing a critical need for expanding STEM education across all public schools in New Hampshire. STEM fields drive innovation, economic growth, and job creation. Careers in robotics, software engineering, biotechnology are rapidly expanding, yet many public schools in New Hampshire lack advanced STEM courses that prepare students for these opportunities. Without early exposure to fields like programming, engineering, and applied sciences, students often miss out on a chance to develop essential skills and explore careers that are shaping our future. I have personally benefited from a strong education, which has allowed me to pursue my senior project at my school on focusing on designing drug delivery systems for breast cancer treatment. However, many students do not have access to courses that spark scientific curiosity and prepare them for cutting-edge research. In my sophomore year, I took an advanced biology course taught by an excellent teacher that knew how to spark curiosity. By supporting this resolution, we can work towards ensuring that all students, regardless of their school or their background, gain the knowledge and skills needed to thrive in a technology-driven world. This is an investment in New Hampshire future workforce, economy, and global competitiveness. I urge you to take this important step by strengthening STEM education for all students. Please support H.R. 9. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for being here. Any questions? See none. Thank you very much. Jonathan, followed by Anyanya Aram.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Lenski, and I live in Nashua, and I'm a student at the Academy for Science and Design. I'm here today to urge your support for House Resolution 9, which focuses on strengthening STEM education in our state's high schools. In 2024, the National Science Foundation awarded New Hampshire an $8 million grant to advance the state's leadership in science and technology. This investment will support research and innovation at the college and professional levels. However, to fully leverage this funding, we must build a pipeline of STEM-ready students starting in high school. Right now, New Hampshire's high school students need better preparation to take advantage of these opportunities. Without access to high-quality, rigorous STEM education during their high school years, many students may find themselves unprepared to succeed in college STEM programs or pursue careers in these fields. The $8 million NSF grant is an incredible resource, but its success depends on the students who will enter these programs. If we don't equip them with foundations in STEM, we risk losing the potential of this funding. Expanding STEM education at the high school level will ensure that New Hampshire students are not only prepared to excel in higher education, but also ready to lead in fields like biotech, engineering, and computer science. Investing in high school STEM education is about creating a pipeline of talent that strengthens our economy, drives innovation, and sustains New Hampshire's leadership in STEM. By supporting House Resolution 9, you are ensuring that every student in New Hampshire has the opportunity to take full advantage of programs like those funded by the NSF grant. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our state's future. I urge you all to vote in favor of House Resolution 9.
Thank you very much. Questions? See none. Thank you very much for being here. Next was, yes, you got it, and you'll be followed by Isabella Therese Palomares. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Policy and Administration Committee. For the record, my name is Ananya Arun and I live in Nashua. I'm a member of Team Phoenix, a FIRST robotics team dedicated to advancing STEM education and inspiring the next generation of innovators. I'm here today to express my strong support for House Resolution 9, which emphasizes the need to strengthen STEM education in New Hampshire. Introducing students to STEM at a younger age helps them make more informed career decisions and encourages them to pursue careers in high-demand fields. New Hampshire is expected to have around 53,000 STEM jobs to fill by 2028, including fields like software development, which is projected to grow by 24% by 2030, and engineering fields such as industrial and environmental engineering, both projected to grow by 18%. Early exposure to STEM not only fosters interest in these fields, but also gives students a competitive edge in a rapidly evolving job market. Research shows that students who engage with STEM early are more likely to pursue higher education and succeed in these fields. Expanding engineering and robotics programs in high schools will give students the hands-on experience they need to develop critical skills like problem-solving, teamwork, and innovation, skills that are essential for success in STEM careers. These programs prepare students not just for college, but for the workforce, enabling them to contribute directly to New Hampshire's growing technology, engineering, and manufacturing sectors. By supporting House Resolution 9, we can ensure that New Hampshire students are ready to fill the high-demand STEM jobs of tomorrow, helping to drive innovation and economic growth for our state. This investment in STEM education will pay off in a skilled, future-ready workforce that can meet the challenges of the coming decades. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you can support our House Resolution 9.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm going to repeat the question I asked the first of the students who testified, and I'm just doing it sparingly given the numbers. If STEM education became more restrictive in New Hampshire or more limited in availability and access, would that have an impact on your likelihood as a young person to stay in New Hampshire in the future and to potentially want to be here? Or what do you think the impact would be?
I think that there is a big chance that many people who want to do STEM in New Hampshire, and I'm sure there's a lot, that they would go to other states in search of opportunities, because if STEM gets more restrictive in New Hampshire, then they wouldn't have as many career opportunities, and so I think it would impact.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Isabella, followed by Siri from Nashua, and Justin after Siri.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Policy and Administration Committee. For the record, my name is Isabella Palomares, and I live in Pelham. I'm a member of Team Phoenix, a FIRST robotics team dedicated to advancing STEM education and inspiring the next generation of innovators. I attend the Academy for Science and Design in Nashua, and I'm here today to express my strong support for House Resolution 9, which emphasizes the need to strengthen STEM education in New Hampshire. Advanced STEM education will contribute to keeping young New Hampshire residents in New Hampshire. Prioritizing STEM education will provide students with the opportunity to excel in fields such as engineering, healthcare, technology, and more. It would also create a more STEM-focused workforce. Many of our state's students leave for education and career opportunities elsewhere and never return. Expanding advanced STEM programs in our schools can demonstrate that students don't need to look beyond New Hampshire to build successful careers in STEM fields. In 2020 to 2023, New Hampshire gained over 30,000 people, 79.2% being from other states. This shows that New Hampshire can attract people outside the state to fill jobs. These jobs can already be filled by locals if STEM education is made more robust. Various STEM-based companies already in New Hampshire, such as BAE Systems and Thermo Fisher Scientific, would benefit from the local workforce already being trained in STEM fields. This would appeal to other companies, which would result in more companies moving to New Hampshire and creating more jobs and opportunity. By improving equal access to STEM education, more New Hampshire youth will not only be prepared for high-demand careers, but also contribute to the state's economic growth. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider supporting House Resolution 9.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Siri?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the House Education Policy and Administration Committee. For the record, my name is Siri Gundraju, and I live in Nashua. I'm a member of Team Phoenix, a FIRST robotics team with the mission to change the lives of youth through robotics. I attend the Academy for Science and Design in Nashua, and I am here today to express my strong support for House Resolution 9, which emphasizes the need to strengthen STEM education in New Hampshire. Currently, approximately 6% of undergraduate students pursue a degree in engineering, with fields such as mechanical, electrical, and civil engineering emerging as the most popular. Together, these fields represent a substantial share of all engineering degrees conferred. When our team researched engineering opportunities in New Hampshire, we found that not many high schools offer engineering-specific courses. By including engineering courses, students would ultimately have a greater concept of the different engineering opportunities. And ultimately, providing these opportunities could lead to a future generation that is better equipped to contribute to the rapidly evolving industry of engineering and technology in New Hampshire. As a woman interested in a STEM career, I feel it is important that every high schooler has equal accessibility to STEM classes that will help shape their career choices. Having attended a STEM-focused school, I've personally experienced the incredible benefits that my school has to offer, and I feel that students from across the state should be able to benefit from these opportunities as well. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you can support our House Resolution 9.
Thank you. Any questions? See none. Thank you very much for coming today. Justin Harding, followed by John Gage.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Justin Harding, and I live in Hudson, New Hampshire. I'm a member of Team Phoenix and a student at the Academy for Science and Design in Nashua, New Hampshire. This year, 400 students are projected to apply to my school, hoping to gain access to its robust STEM curriculum. However, only an estimated 150 can be admitted due to space constraints. meaning the other 250 applicants lose the valuable opportunity to develop early interest and experience in STEM fields like I have. While New Hampshire prides itself on its strong workforce and commitment to innovation, the lack of a critical mass of robotics and technology companies in our state highlights a gap in the pipeline from education to industry. Our students are undoubtedly capable, but they often lack the resources and opportunities to engage deeply with STEM fields during their formative years. This results in technology startups not exploring opportunities in New Hampshire, which hurts their viability in the countless industries that we've already mentioned. In 2020, over 100,000 of New Hampshire's 600,000 employed residents commuted out of state for work. And in 2017, New Hampshire was ranked third for the highest percentage of workers who worked out of state. To keep workers in New Hampshire, we need to adequately prepare our students for careers in STEM and technology. By expanding high school STEM education, we can build the foundation needed to attract and retain innovative companies, creating a positive feedback loop of opportunity and growth that keeps workers in the state. The need for action is clear. By increasing investment in STEM education, New Hampshire can attract robotics and technology companies, growing a fertile workforce prepared and capable of supporting the ambition of prospective employers. The establishment of these companies will significantly benefit the state's economy, and that is why I'm urging all of you to support H.R. 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? See none. Thank you very much. John, followed by Shelley Wilkins.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli and members of the committee. I just want to thank the students for a wonderful testimony today. I don't have much more to add. But I do have two anecdotes. When my wife and I were looking for a place to live between Massachusetts and New Hampshire, there were a lot of factors, but one of them was a good education, and luckily we did find that in New Hampshire. Times are changing, and STEM is really very important. So I think strengthening our public education in STEM is critical to New Hampshire's future. I personally benefited from a strong public education in science, and it led to a career at computer companies helping roll out the internet. And nobody saw the internet coming when I was in high school, and there will be a lot of things coming that we should be preparing our students for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? See none. Thank you. And last but not least is Shelley Wilkins.
Hello? Cool. All right. I am amazed when I hear these young adults speaking. I'm moved by their beyond their years' wisdom. How they're able to make robotics work is beyond me. Not only that, but those robotics, I'm an occupational therapy assistant. I teach people, I'm a professional boss or runner of cute little old people. I teach people how to do prosthetics, how to put them on, how to clean them, how to take care of their stumps, all of that. These young men and women that I'm seeing here are going to be making ones in the future that can not only grab a baseball, they can already do that, by the way. We have those. People like this are the kind of people that years ago I heard about a 3D, people that use 3D printing, something I just recently got into. They get the measurements for these people that don't have the money to be able to get prosthetics, and they build them. It's people like this that will hear their stories. It's people like this. Look at them nodding their heads. They're thinking about this right now. How can I do this? You already are. You've already inspired everybody here. The world is moving fast. We recently had an individual say that the United States is going to spend $500 billion for AI, just to have 2 days later, a Chinese company come out and say, we put basically the same thing together with a keyboard, $5 million, and some bubble gum. That's innovation. That's what all these children here are. Their imaginative minds are always looking for answers. I hear you're guiding other children, and other adults, little adults in training. That's why I say kids are. You're guiding the future generations, and you're still in school, man. That's inspiring. Give these children a chance to grow. Some of the people, if I may just point out, Elon Musk, Katherine Johnson, Hertie, Thomas Edison, Edison Clark, Lillian Gilbert, Ada Lovelace have all used STEM. All these people have helped change the world, some better, some worse. I'm seeing the future right here.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? See none, thank you. And thank you to Team Phoenix for being here. With that, I'll close the hearing on HB 9. And we'll move right into the next bill. In case anyone's wondering, it's House Bill 283, relative to the list of subjects that comprise an adequate education. And prime sponsor, Dan McGuire, is ready to go, it looks like. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. This is quite a simple bill. There exists a list in the law in RSA 193-E:2-A, which is the list of subjects that must be taught in schools. This list has 11 items on it. This particular bill would cut that down to a shorter list of 6. There's a couple of things that people should understand about this. Is the list as it exists now has not been in law, was put into law in 2007. So for more than 250 years, people were taught without the state telling them what to teach, right? And I've met plenty of people who were in New Hampshire schools at that time, and they are perfectly intelligent and capable. The list that was put in 2007 was a little bit shorter than this one, and over the years it has been expanded. And during that period of time, results have not been great, right? The status of people, of test scores and things like that has been declining over the last couple of decades, to the point today where barely 50% of school kids can do English at grade level, maybe 40% math, and 1/3 science. So the one resource that we have a limited amount of in school is not money, it's time. And so to the extent that we make the number of required subjects lengthy, that means the basic subjects, English, math, science, etc., get short shrift, right? And so I tend to think you got to walk before you can run. And for schools where students are struggling in English, where they are struggling in math, they need to spend more time on those subjects, and not just these other subjects are nice. Just because some subject is not on the list doesn't mean it will not be taught, but it will not be required. And the decision making will move to the local authorities, the school board, the principal, the superintendent, and they will get to decide what is appropriate for them. I don't think we in Concord have some special knowledge of how to teach or what to teach everywhere in the state. I think that the local people know their own situation, know their own student body, and can best decide what and how they should be taught. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hall.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Thank you for taking my question. 3 years ago, we had similar legislation that was supported by a commissioner. So my question is, were you encouraged to introduce this legislation, or is this something you did on your own accord?
Yeah, so the way I came up with this particular thing is my school board in Epsom is constantly complaining to me about too many state mandates, right? And so I had a meeting with the superintendent and the school principal in Epsom, and I said to me, okay, tell me about mandates, right? And they pointed to this particular list. And they said, every time you add to this list, it causes us to get a specialist, right? We don't have somebody who can teach engineering, we need a specialist. We don't have somebody who teaches foreign languages necessarily, we need a specialist. And so, so that was the genesis of it, was my meeting with the superintendent and school principal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Terry.
Thank you. Representative McGuire, from the mail that I have been receiving, I have the very distinct impression that those who are opposed to your bill believe either correctly or incorrectly, and so I'd like to give you an opportunity to clarify here, that your intent, the stealth intent behind your bill, is that you're attempting to eliminate and devastate courses in these other learning areas, the ones that you have crossed out, in consideration of the priority that you have given to certain other what we might call core learning areas. Would you respond to what folks are either understanding or misunderstanding about your motives?
Right. Thank you for the question. I think my motives are pure. First of all, a lot of people complain about, I work on the finance committee, so I deal with the state budget, and a lot of people complain about the amount of state aid to local school boards. And this bill has zero to do with that, right? The way that aid is, we decide how much aid we have available to give to school boards is a completely separate process. It doesn't involve this particular list. So it's not about money in that sense. But again, it's what's motivating me, and I think what's motivating my local school board to say these mandates are unreasonable, is the results in the basic subjects are so poor. And you know, even if 50% of kids can read at grade level average, well, there's some school somewhere where it's only 25%, right? And there's some school where math scores, only 20% can do math at grade level. Now, is it appropriate in such a school that they take time out from trying to do better on English and better on math to spend time on Spanish or one of these other things? I mean, those are good things, right? But, and I'm sure in plenty of places they will have that because they want to. Not everything that's taught is on the list. I'll take my own example. So one of the best classes I ever had in middle school was a cooking class, okay? I still use the skills I learned in that cooking class to this day. I remember that class. That's not on the list, right? So plenty of stuff is taught which isn't on the list. But the point is, when you put something on the list, you require time to be spent on those things, and that squeezes. I would hope we would all agree that reading is more important than something else. So.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. As a bilingual individual, I studied a world language for 9 years. I ask you if you feel this is a professional advantage today in this global society.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I personally had 4 years of French in high school. I probably remember about, that much of it. So I can pronounce, but I don't know that I can hear. Anyways, it's certainly an advantage for some people, right, to know foreign languages, no question about it. But I would say that over time, it's become less and less, because we are very fortunate that people around the world are learning English to a greater degree than we are learning other things, right? And so I've traveled extensively elsewhere. I can get along. So, again, it's useful, but if you ask me, would you rather be able to do math and deal with numbers at a higher level or learn French? To me, you've got to know math, right? I mean, you can have a fine life and not know French, right? But you can't have a good life and not be able to deal with numbers, because people will cheat you, you won't be able to estimate, you won't be able to deal with taxes and money and et cetera, et cetera. All those things are important, right? And French is nice, but is it required? That's the question.
Any further questions?
Follow-up?
Follow-up, yes.
As a teacher, I can't tell you there wasn't a day that I did not speak Spanish to my students or to assist office personnel who needed my assistance. But also I could say that a doctor's office, an office assistant, an architect, I could go on, that I do feel in the society that we live in today, it is an advantage. And I'm asking, do you feel that there are professions where this is very viable and important?
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. I'm just curious if you're aware that by potentially having these subjects no longer be taught in school, foreign language, art, technology, among others, that it would make our high school students ineligible to attend institutions such as the University of New Hampshire, the University of Mississippi, the University of Alabama, the University of Florida, among others, that all of those colleges require these level of classes for students to be considered well-rounded and valued, and that for many students, classes such as art or photography or culinary arts or other things are their lifeline to survival through their high school years if they are not students who are necessarily college-bound but who may not have interest in reading and history.
Yes, thank you for the question. So there's kind of two parts there, the college student and the non-college student. So let's start with the college student. So I tend to think that a college-bound student is probably at the higher end of their reading ability, math ability, science ability, et cetera, and so is likely to want to and go to other classes, right? And if a school is such that it's really it would be up to the school board as to what extent they want to make available these other kinds of classes, right? So yes, those other kinds of classes are important. I mean, I enjoyed lots of kinds of classes in my high school, and I also went well, anyway, forget me, but as to your question of can they not get into colleges, I guess I didn't have my own personal experience, and that's all I have to go by, is that I don't think I had to, I think my acceptance in college was based more on standardized tests, SAT and ACT and all this kind of stuff, than it was on did I take a class in French, or did I take a class in drafting, or something else, right? So I don't think in general you're going to be somehow forbidden from taking, blocked out of going to college because of you didn't take a class in Spanish, or you didn't, that kind of thing. I don't know. Okay.
Quick follow-up.
And it would presumably depend on the specific university.
Thank you. And where our State Board of Education has talked about things like heat and buildings not being essential parts of a core education required to be funded by the state, if we eliminate these elements, aren't we therefore telling the state they have less of an obligation to help educate our students for the future and make sure that our students are truly the best in the nation?
Yeah.
Was that a question? Let's limit ourselves to questions, please.
I don't think
Representative
building
Woodcock.
heat is kind of related to this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. And Representative, thank you for being here and bringing this bill for discussion purposes, clearly. I'm wondering why we call it an adequate education when we only providing minimum coursework. And I say that because the amount of courses that you eliminated initially, I'm particularly looking at all the social studies and government piece courses, why we wouldn't change the language in this to call it a minimum education versus an adequate education.
Yeah, thank you for the question, but I guess I see the consequence of the list being the list goes to the State Board of Education, the State Board of Education writes rules, those rules say you must have X number of hours of this, that, and the other thing. They fill in some of those details. And so the net result of this bill would be more local control. It would be fewer decisions made here in Concord about what is taught, and more decisions made in Manchester and Nashua and Epsom about what's right for those particular schools.
Quick follow-up.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that, the other part of my question deals with one of the things that public education provides is the opportunity for students to get an exploration and creation of interest, and that's why they come to school. They may not be focused on science or math or things. They may focus on art or music or language. And my concern is if these youngsters get so turned off to school because it's so rigidly academic that they may not come to school. And if they're not there, we can't teach them. And I'm concerned that we're eliminating things that may interest students just why they come to school. All kids don't come for all 8 subjects or 10 subjects or 4 subjects. Most of them have a niche. And if we take those opportunities away, we're reducing their opportunity for an adequate education. Would you agree to that?
So, yes and no. So I agree that what interests individuals is a giant variety of things, right? So what might interest me in a school when I was a student might not you. But don't you think that the school board would understand that argument, right? Just as well as we do, right? So don't you think the school board would say to themselves, if I offer music, whatever, dance, I'm going to pique the interest of my students, right? And so on. So it's really a matter of, again, because something's on the list doesn't mean it won't be taught or it can't be taught. It's just a matter of who makes the decision as to what's being taught. And you know, somebody in a particular community might have a different idea of what they want in that community than somebody else.
Quickly, please.
Quickly responding to your question or asking me about that, I do agree. And I think if Conklin stayed out of local control and allowed schools and local communities to control what's in their curricula, we would be a lot better off instead of legislating. But not when we disassemble what we have here. Thank you.
I'm sorry, no comments, no comments from the committee members. We're here to ask questions and get the opinion of those people who want to testify. Representative Terry.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and Representative McGuire. Having spoken to us earlier on another bill about the lack of correlation between increased spending in the state of New Hampshire over the course of the last 12 years to the tune with respect to amount per pupil of 58%, while test scores in reading and math have declined over that period and have not increased. You appear now in this bill to be talking to us about the priority of time with respect to certain subject areas that you have identified as being those that should be considered inadequate education. Do you believe, hearing some of the questions today and the comments that have been made elsewhere, that by spending more time in these, shall we call them core subject areas, that would necessarily require the elimination of a host of other number of courses that are offered in our schools? Is it an either or?
For an individual student, I would have to say yes, right? Because a student is there X number of hours per day, 5 days a week, and so on. And so if you're, you know, instead of spending 5 hours a week on math, you spend 10, well, that's 5 hours you can't spend on something else. And so, but in terms of the entire school, I think they should have the flexibility of saying this set of students needs more math, right? And some other set of students, they're okay with math, so therefore they can have more flexibility, or we can send them to other kinds of classes, right? So I don't think I think students are individuals, right? And we certainly don't know in Concord the details of any given student, right? But the people who work at the school and people on the school board certainly do know. And so let's enable them.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you see this legislation as widening the gap from the haves and the have-nots in our state?
So, look, there are, when you look at, all right, I'll give you, I'll go part way there with you, okay? So, earlier today I suggested you go to this education data website called Edunomics, right, at Georgetown University, where they display data. And they have a really fantastic display of New Hampshire schools where it's a bubble chart where every school has a bubble, and the bubble is bigger if it's a big school and smaller if it's a small school. And it's to the left if they don't spend a lot of money, and it's to the right if they spend a lot of money, and it's up toward the top if they have good test scores, and it's down to the bottom if they have bad test scores, and so on. And they also put colors based on characteristics of the students, and one of those characteristics is economic disadvantage, right? So essentially what we would call free and reduced lunch. Right, so one of the color characteristics is what percentage of kids in a particular school are on free and reduced lunch, right? Is it 25%? Is it 50%? Is it like that? And if you look at this data, and you can look at, every school in the state, and in detail, you can say, tell me about Smith School in Manchester or something, and it's right there. But there is a clear connection between the free and reduced lunch, the economic data, and the results, okay? So the kids that perform well are from higher economic status, right? Few free and reduced lunch. And the ones that perform poorly are from low economic status, more free and reduced lunch, okay? What there isn't a relationship is left to right on spending, right? Some schools, the cheapest schools in our state are spending like $15,000 a kid, and the most expensive are spending like 30 or something like that, right? And there's no left-right correlation with results. So the answer is economic disadvantage is a huge predictor of how well people are going to do in school. But I don't see it as necessarily connected to this bill in the sense that somehow, I certainly don't think that spending less time on math can get you better math scores, right? I think the opposite. I think more practice, more work will get you a better math score than less, right? I mean, that's the ultimate premise of this bill. And so to the extent that it's important for the kids in schools at the bottom of scores to move up, right, to get better scores, I think their education has to be tailored to them, and they have to spend more time on the basics. I mean, it's that simple.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Representative. Let me just go over some basic ground rules for the hearing on this bill. First of all, we give greater latitude in terms of time to the prime sponsors. Secondly, for future speakers, we'll have a time limit of 2 minutes. If you have written testimony, please don't read your entire written testimony. Summarize it, and you can hand in your written testimony up front, and it'll be part of the permanent record. Please do not just repeat what we've heard already. We're looking for information from you and not just a repeat of what's been said before. We have 2 other bills scheduled for this afternoon, one about now at 2 o'clock. My intention is to recess this bill for a moment while we open and then recess these other 2 bills at their appointed time, and they will be rescheduled for a future date for their hearings. So at this point, I will recess House Bill 283, open House Bill 768, which is allowing public schools to contract with an approved private school. I will recess that bill for a future date, and we will go back into now House Bill 283. And again, with a 2-minute time frame, I'll next call on Representative Peter Mahegan, followed by Representative Timothy Horrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak on 283. Did I misunderstand that you're not recessing it? Are we still talking about 283?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to hand out my testimony first. Is that all right?
No, just do your testimony first, and then when you're finished, you can hand your testimony in to the clerk.
Right, sir. Okay. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, revered committee. This is my first time actually speaking at a testimony hearing, so it's new to me, and I understand that Representative McGuire's motives are pure. I want to say that up front. My name is Peter Mehegan, for the record. I represent District 12. I also represent all the French teachers that were ever in Pembroke Academy from 1978 until last Friday. That would be me. I also represent French teachers since 1978. And the drama teachers and everyone that has performed with me at Pembroke Academy. I want to talk specifically about a couple of things that were just said. I had 8 children. The 8 Mehegan children were on their way to Pembroke Public Schools, which stand as excellent, as a good reputation in the state. Until in 1996, the school board, given the vicissitudes of the budget, cut music K to 12 in the district. They made that choice because it was not required, and therefore they cut it. That means that Pembroke Schools stopped offering the Mehegan family singers an adequate education because we were musicians by design. That was our decision growing up, that our children would do music. And so we pulled them. My oldest was in 3rd grade, my next youngest was in 1st grade, and then we had 8 coming along. They brought music back to Pembroke. I started to give you a history of New Hampshire, but in 2006, we hired one of the best music teachers New Hampshire has ever seen, and she restored music to the school, and my children, who were already singers, came and joined the choir in the elementary school. My son became a drummer for the pit band because Pembroke Academy could not field a drummer. So my background is a little bit personal and a little bit real.
Please,
and it's,
yes, please stick to the bill.
Yes, that's where I'm going. Here, with the bill, I began teaching in 1978 when Jimmy Carter came out with a study on the effect of foreign languages in the school and the effect of music.
Your time is up. Please wrap up.
In the school. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Cordelli, he said that, you'll see it in my testimony, foreign language makes a difference in what happens inside the brain, and it orders the brain because language is the first thing you did on your own without teacher, text, or test. You perfected your skills before you came to school in the 1st grade, and you were told you can't learn nothing without a teacher. And you understood them perfectly because you had already perfected your skills. What language does is it restores you to where you were on your own, learning on your own.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is Representative Horrigan here? Please come on down. And next will be Representative Wheeler. Please get ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham, and I'm pleased to see one of my fellow Stratford County District 10 members behind the committee table. And she brought up a very important point already, which is educational institutions such as University of New Hampshire, or also put a plug for outstanding community college the next town over, Great Bay Community College. So students, if they had an education that was ostensibly adequate, that was limited to what's in this bill, they would probably have great difficulty being admitted to those institutions. One thing they were going on about the test scores. I used to work in it for an educational testing company. Those tests, first of all, are not very exact. It's not a very exact science. I know, especially I used to score open-ended questions on math tests, and you would see a lot of cases of young people trying very hard to answer questions when they actually obviously understood the math, but couldn't figure out how to answer, the word questions they were posed with, and that's an issue with other subject areas. And also, just in general, kids want to learn to read, write, do math, all the other things because they want to learn about things. So taking out things like history and technology and all these other things is just totally wrong. So the reason kids want to learn to read, want to learn to do math and all these other basic skills is because they want to be able to do things and learn about the world. So just drilling them on those subjects, that can get extremely boring, especially when the drills they're putting through are not necessarily that well thought out. And to double back to the testing things, those testing standards, even though I said the tests were bad, the companies that put the tests together, they have good intentions, and the tests don't remain constant over time. They do tend to get, at least their goals tend to get higher over time. So they want to improve standards. So saying the test scores aren't getting any better ignores the fact that the tests are not staying the same over time. So I think this bill is just an extremely bad idea, and it should be ITL'd, maybe even indefinitely postponed when it gets to the floor. As soon as possible. Thanks.
Before we have the next speaker, there will be no emotion shown, no clapping in this hall. I hope that's understood. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli, friends, colleagues on the House Education Policy and Administration Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Jonah O'Ryan Wheeler. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. This is my second term in the legislature. The legislation that we have before us here is about the definition of what an adequate education is. And to me, in the 21st century, technology, engineering, that is an adequate education. To me, in the 21st century, the things that we have here in this legislation, whether they be the technology and the education, the computer science and digital literacy, personal finance literacy, arts education and musical and visual arts, world languages, civics, government, economics, geography, history, Holocaust and genocide education, all of those things which have been struck from this bill, this law that are trying to become law is striking this from this bill. That's all part of an adequate education. We know, if you walk the streets, the lack of civics education that exists here in the state now. We need to be boosting civics education, not getting rid of it as a requirement. We need to be boosting our technological education standards, not getting rid of them as requirements. This is the 21st century. And while, as Representative McGuire said, getting rid of this from chaptered law may not mean that every student in the state doesn't get taught these important subjects, what it does mean is for the schools who can't afford these subjects that they will drop them from the list. And to answer your question, Representative Hall, that does create a situation of the haves and the have-nots. I come from Conval, a very well-funded school. 10 minutes down the road is Conant, a very well underfunded school, just because of the property taxes in that district. If we were to get rid of these requirements, a school like Conant would say, well, we don't have to require these things, we're not going to teach them anymore. And then those kids are set back even farther than they already are from the lack of equal education that we have here in our state. So let's not set our kids back in the state of New Hampshire. Let's make sure they have an adequate education that meets the needs of the 21st century. I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you, Chairman Cordelli.
Thank you, Representative Wheeler. Representative, we have a question from Representative Selleck.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. As one of our youngest, although no longer the youngest, members of the House, of this body, would you say that civics education or some other aspect of your education had an influence in your choosing to run for office as an 18-year-old?
Well, I was bad at school, so I can't, I want to answer it truthfully. But what I can say is the lack of a civics education means that my students, the people who are my peers, don't know what's going on. They say, you're in politics, Jonah, but they have no idea what we do here in the legislature. And we're so connected to the people here, Representative Selleck, as we see here, with all those that came out to testify and the 28,000 that came to sign in on this piece of legislation. It's so important to have people civically engaged in their government because we are the government. And the more that we can teach that and the more that we can make the principles of this United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of New Hampshire known to everybody, the better off our country will be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Nato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming here and testifying. So, a good leader is a good listener. And they also listen to the people who work for them and to get the good ideas, how to make the machine work. So my question is there a general consensus of what is the core problem of why we're doing so not so good in some subjects? Is it the curriculum? Is there a curriculum change? Is there distraction? I mean, I'm looking for answers from teachers, and I've talked to a few, and I'm still getting some information, but what is the core that we need to look at?
Representative Nadeau, that's a great question. There are teachers and parents and principals and representatives behind me who could probably answer it better, but what I'd say is, and I know this is a controversial subject, but the State House at least voted on a nonpartisan basis to move forward some legislation around this in the last biennium. I'd say the state has forked its responsibility to adequately fund our public schools over the course of so many decades, and if we were to adequately fund our public schools, then the gaps that we're seeing in the public schools would not exist as much as we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Kluger.
I'm trying to pull away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I just wanted to make sure that I've heard you correctly. Would you concur that an illustrator, an architect, a graphic designer would benefit from art classes in high school?
Absolutely, Representative. It's so important. We think of art, oh, just sketches on paper. But as Representative Selig pointed out in her question to the prime sponsor, art, education, these what are called elective subjects in school are sometimes the most important subject of the day because of the career path that it might lead someone on, just drawing on paper and building buildings. I have a few peers of mine who are going off into architecture because of the amazing drawings that they draw as a kid, and you could tell that they'd be in architecture today just based off those drawings. But it also is important because that's sometimes the only respite that a student has throughout the day is that moment with the art teacher, the freedom they get in a music class. The specials and the specialist subjects are so important for our kids so that we're not putting them in a box and making education so rigid as you put, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Representative
Chairman
Wheeler. Next is the Honorable Jay Kahn, followed by Representative Wayne Burton, and then Representative Linda Ryan.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Nice to see you and the other members of the committee again. Not on this subject, though. I think this has been well discussed by the legislature over time. The product of the legislature is what is in statute, and I don't think that this bill is in the best interest of the state. We have a constitutional mandate that says and has stood up over time. Public education is to prepare students to assume responsible positions in commerce, in technology, in agriculture, in manufacturing. This is what's in our basic constitution. We are needing to prepare our students as global citizens, to be responsible adults. We know the debt load that our students are facing when they leave and become 18, leave the public schools. We want them to be engaged citizens, and that is the subject around those details in the social sciences. We want them to be technologically prepared. This section of statutes has evolved over time. Agriculture and cooking were a part of a mandated education and aren't any longer. These rules evolve, and I'll give you just a sense of who was behind some of these. I spent 6 years in the state Senate on the Education and Workforce Committee, chaired it for a couple of years and worked with the chairman and others here. Social studies, the enumeration of requirements here were introduced by Senator D'Alessandro and Senator Carson. The engineering and technologies was introduced by Senator Bob Guida. Personal finance introduced by Rick Ladd. Computer science introduced by Terry Wolf. These are not left-wing kinds of people coming up with woke curriculum. This is the basic needs of that technologically prepared global citizen, responsible adults that should be the goal of education in the state. And in fact, I think that the sponsor should look further in statute of 193 and find that, in fact, it says the policy of New Hampshire for elementary secondary education is to prepare for successful participation in social, economic, scientific, technological, and political systems. And yes, languages and arts and culture are things that prepare the mind for in different ways so that some students can succeed where they may not succeed in other things. I just want two other points. One,
quickly, if you could.
Students have math and English throughout every 12 years of schooling in the state. And second, that our current structure has New Hampshire continuously in the top 5 performing states in the nation. Don't change this section of statute and oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Representative Burton, and followed by Representative Ryan.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee. Let's be clear about one thing. If this bill passes into law, UNH will not be able to accept an application from a single high school graduate in New Hampshire because they have a requirement for 2 years of a language and they have other requirements just to apply. Now, if UNH drops its standards to allow this to happen, then they'll lose their accreditation because the NETCHI accreditation is very clear on this. The general education, referred to as the arts and sciences, you have to have them in a higher education institution. It could cost them, those colleges that drop their standards to allow this to happen and have students come in at variance to not get to college. Now, the Constitution says more than what was just read. The Constitution actually has curriculum in it. It says it shall be the duty of the legislatures to encourage private and public institutions, rewards and immunities for the promotion of agriculture, arts, sciences, and commerce. That's in the constitutional mandate. I finished with, I looked at other colleges about what they require, and I found one that was very interesting. It happens to be the alma mater of 2 members of the House Finance Committee. I think it's called MIT. The MIT has disciplines. The students have to take 8 units in the humanities, arts, and social sciences. If scientists at MIT have to take these courses, our students should be able to take them in the public school system. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Representative. Nice timing. Representative Ryan, followed by Representative Reed.
Thank you, my esteemed colleagues on the committee. I'm changing what I originally wrote because I'm a little bit incensed and irate. Okay. I am, for full disclosure, I am Linda Ryan, the state representative from Nashua. I represent District 4. I'm a retired middle school teacher. We teach reading, writing, and math in science class. We teach Holocaust in social studies class. We read books that involve those subjects in reading. I'm not sure what people think we taught in reading if we weren't reading about things that have to do with our government or our country or geography or whatever. Okay, second step. Sorry, my original point was, do we have a fiscal plan for all the people that we're going to now put out of jobs, who own homes in our city, in our state, who pay taxes? Because last count, that would be half the teachers in my school around the corner from me. Okay. Third point, and this is very, very personal. As a no-lunch kid, trailer park child, okay? If I had to only be exposed to reading, writing, and math, I would not be standing here before you with a master's degree in education, a degree in social work, and a science certification from Harvard Summer School, okay? Poor kids, do not lower your scores. We are number 5 in the country. New Hampshire is number 5 in the country. I looked it up again just now, all right? People who don't do well in reading and writing and math are taken out of classes like art, music, and home ec and sent to additional math and reading classes, as good practice is in middle school education. Right? If your school district isn't doing that, you really need to look at them and what they're doing. Thank you. Questions, please?
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Representative Reed, followed by Mike Corkery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. My name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, that's Newmarket and Newfields. For full disclosure, I have a bill in before you, I believe, next week, or it's coming up, that does almost exactly the opposite. I'm expanding specifically Holocaust and genocide studies because I think we need to teach our children things that are important about the world, and that's exactly why this is a terrible bill. I'm not going to belabor points probably that you've already heard, although didn't catch everything. But we know that we have failing education because we know our standards are not up to what the rest of the world is. The answer is not to teach our children less. We know that the average person can't name the 3 branches of government or who their federal delegation are or what the difference between the state house and Congress is. We already know that the average person doesn't know the difference between Nazis and communists who were mortal enemies and stood for exactly the opposite things, but most people don't know that. We know that our education system is failing. The answer is not to teach people less. But I think that this has been by design, because if you defund a program, a social program, to the point that it starts failing, then you get to say, look, that program is failing. We can get rid of it. It should be privatized. And that's exactly what's been happening. So the answer is not to teach our children less. The answer is to teach our children more. And I wasn't even going to talk on this, but I have a very specific story of my own to share. I am from South Memphis, a very impoverished neighborhood of a large metropolitan area, the population of which is larger than this entire state. I went across the city. I took 3 public buses to go across the city because I was a gifted student. And I got to go to a public school that was a good public school. It had a planetarium. It had an astronomy course. It was a blue ribbon presidential school for international studies, including languages. And I got to go to that school, and I had opportunities that I wouldn't have had. And I took all, I'll be brief. I took all honors and AP's courses, but for 1 year, I had to go to my local school in the wrong part of the city. And the teaching was so different because they did only teach reading and writing, and here's a textbook, copy 10 pages out of it while they sit there and read a newspaper. And my grades went from A to C. I was a bright and gifted student, and that method of teaching where we teach to pressure and teach to performance and not teach about the world around us and encourage that curiosity about the world around us took me from a straight A student to C. But I went back to that wonderful gifted school and I graduated second in my class, and I got a bachelor's in science in molecular biology from Vanderbilt University with a double minor in religious studies and Japanese. I speak Japanese. I lived in Japan for 3 years, and I got a master's up here at UNH because of that wonderful, expansive, well-rounded public school system that I had access to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's no questions, right? We're rolling through? All right.
Mike Corkery, followed by Sarah Akeley.
Hi, my name is Mike Corkery, and thank you for having me, committee. I am from Amherst, New Hampshire, but I am on my 15th year as a public school educator. To be frank on this, there's so much that I was thinking of for the last 3 nights going to bed, but a lot of it has already been said, so I won't add to that, but I do want to add a little bit of like a personal touch to this. As a teacher in New Hampshire for the last 14 years, I've worked in rural towns like Farmington, New Hampshire. I've worked in Nashua. I currently work in Manchester, and I worked in Kingston. I've seen all kinds of needs, socioeconomic, racial, all of that kind of thing. And it has been seen already in other states when we started to see American governments pushing towards the voucher system that There's actually a book about the South where they say it's a 21st century Jim Crow, where we are very purposely giving lesser opportunity to certain students because we are primarily funded on the local level and we don't have those barriers at the federal government, not federal, I apologize, at the state government level. So the poorer towns, as it's been said before, the poorer towns with less tax money coming in are going to be cutting these programs, and you will see teachers getting cut with this because with the need for less subjects, you will see less teachers necessary, and nobody wants to pay more taxes than they have to. To just give a quick analogy that I have no business being such a skinny guy giving, but education is like being a weightlifter, okay? Our brain is a muscle. Right now, what we're looking at is only working out our chest. We're looking for glamour muscles because that's what our economy is looking like right now. But we are making kids devoid of culture, and we are dismissing what we have as a united country. We have never been taken over, but I go to Poland, and they have poets in their cities. All of these things, civics, we can't have students that know how to vote. Already, students don't want to come to school. I have students either not coming more than a few times in a semester, or they're showing up 45 minutes late every day. To eliminate the one reason that they come to school every day means that they're not going to come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig.
Thank you very much. In your experience as a teacher, we heard from what's up earlier that there's a difference in success rates because of with kids at different socioeconomic levels. Would you say the sole cause of that is the school system that they're in, or would you say that there are outside factors?
I'm sorry, could you just say that last part again?
Or is the cause of their lack of success the fact that they're of the school system they're in, or is their socioeconomics an impact upon their success rates?
Well, it is a combination, and they go together. I'll try to keep this brief because it's obviously a complicated issue. But you know, when you have a student that did not have parents, or let's just say family members in general, that went to college, they don't know how to navigate that system the same way I did, who my father is a pharmacist and went to heavy schooling. So when I'm looking to apply for schools, the whole time he is pushing me throughout my K-12 education. So there's that background. But also, I can tell you, when I worked in Farmington, we'd run out of paper. When I worked at Souhegan High School for a short time, I had 12 different colors I could do it on. That's a silly example, but this stuff matters. We don't have access. I work for a school that we do high school equivalency. We can't pay for tests when funding falls down because of these sorts of things. So I think that you can't separate the two issues, unfortunately.
Thank you. Sarah Akeley, followed by Representative Vallone.
Good afternoon. According to research conducted by the nationsreportcard.gov, New Hampshire is currently 5th in education across the United States. HB 283 suggests that we should lower that standard by gutting our education requirements. Never in my lifetime have I witnessed or heard of a government rally behind less education. When you examine what this bill is proposing, you must question both the motive and the potential consequences. Without teaching arts, engineering, government, languages, economics, computer sciences, and most importantly, history, what is left? How can you call schooling without these classes an education at all? What you are left with is a less competitive student body that is drastically underprepared for the workforce. Is that what we want for the next generation? With private schools being so far financially out of reach for many middle-class families, the state should fulfill its civic duty to its people and provide a quality education to all of its citizens. Representative Dan McGuire, who has a PhD in electrical engineering and computer science, one of the classes he proposes to cut should be embarrassed and ashamed of himself for proposing to take that away from us.
Please, let's not get personal. Stick to the bill, please.
If there are no questions, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Vallone, followed by Phoebe Ann Nieswenter. And it's okay to come and line up if you're called out to be next.
Mark Vallone, representing Epping. Real quickly, I looked at what this bill would provide for an education once all those
if you could
requirements
speak a
are
little
taken
closer
out.
to the mic.
I looked at the bill to see what requirements were left. And then I looked across the world to find what countries would have the curriculum that would be required by the state of New Hampshire. 1, Afghanistan, under the Taliban. That's what we're talking about. There's a question of time. I'm going to ask you to look at the National Assessment of Educational Progress, the NAEP scores for New Hampshire. Guess where New Hampshire is? Way above the country. We're tops. We are number 1 in reading. I forget what grade level. Now that's a different test. And I'm going to ask you to remember the phrase lies, damn lies, and statistics. In the use of the testing in New Hampshire, as somebody who had to do tests, a 20-year principal, I know tests. And there are good tests and there are bad tests. And there are questionable tests. And I know that Epping Elementary, when I was principal for a while, under the old No Child Left Behind, that was a really good test. A lot of people didn't like it. I liked it because it was granular, it was deep, but guess what? It was expensive. So that test was replaced by a cheaper test, which I think is probably the same one today because I retired.
If we could stick to the bill and the subject matter.
So the subject is the author of the bill referenced low test scores a number of times. I am questioning whether that's a valid point and whether that's just a quick way to get to my other point. There's time and then there's money. Once you take out nearly 50% of the requirements, it isn't too big a leap when we've had arguments, and believe me, from the other side of the aisle, there are lots of people trying to cut the adequacy funding, not raise it, cut it. It's a logical extension to say, if you don't need 50% of the curriculum, then why should the adequacy number be this high? It should be this high.
If you could wrap up, please.
I'm wrapped up.
Thank you. Phoebe Ann, followed by Shelley Wilkles.
Thank you. Hello, Phoebe Ann Nicewinter, former Art Educator of the Year, Governor Lynch Eagle Award recipient, the New Hampshire Congress recipient of the award for art education. I was the district art coordinator in Concord. Forgive my tremor, I have an essential tremor. I was the district art coordinator in Concord for 26 years and then went to New Hampshire Institute of Art for 13 years. To eliminate any of the arts would be a huge mistake. I took a boy headed for disaster, got him a job in a framing studio. He now owns 7 art studios in Kennebunkport and is a multimillionaire. One of my jewelry students was accepted in the League of New Hampshire Craftsmen on her graduating day from Concord High School, the youngest student ever to receive, to be juried into the League of New Hampshire Craftsmen. I have had, I don't know how many naughty boys, quote unquote, tell me after they graduated from high school, your open studios are the reason I stayed in Concord High School, because I didn't go into the smoking area. I didn't go down to the cafeteria. I went into the art studio, and I knew I'd be accepted there. I have 15 jewelry students who went on to a career. Some of you may know Melissa Miller's paintings, may own them. She did some of the most beautiful paintings of the homes and the streets in Concord.
If you could wrap up, please.
I beg your pardon?
If you could wrap up.
I'm finished. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much for being here. And I'll just take a second to recess this hearing, open the hearing on House Bill 431. I will recess that until a later date and reopen our hearing on House Bill 283 and call upon Shelley. Thank you. Next up will be Heather Robitaille.
Thank you. Looking at this list, I can only think how uninspiring this is. In the last decade, our personal credit card amounts that we owe has gone from over $600 billion to over $1 trillion. Says to me, financial literacy, we should be taking advantage of these young children's minds, teaching them how to do that. Economics, basic economics. A minute and a half, I could show you why drill baby drill isn't going to do anything. Basic economics. Civics, it's how we interact with each other. And taking away our history, learning the history of the world, we lose our place as a leader and as a community. Engineering, technologies, those generally come from the arts. It uses the math, sure, but as the representative was pointing out about the art, if you can do the math of the building, the angles and everything, load bearing of a facility, that's one thing. But being inspired and being able to inspire others, that's the important thing. World languages, the neuroplasticity when you were young and you were learning, not only did you learn the words, not only did you learn the language of it, but you learned about the history of it as well. And music and visual arts, these help inspire you in your everyday to-day life. And please, don't forget to dream. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you very much. Next is Heather Robitaille, followed by Caitlin Brenier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Heather Robitaille, and I'm from Merrimack. I'm here today as a parent to voice my strong opposition to House Bill 283. Merrimack School District created a vision of a graduate that I'd like to share with you that highlights the skills and attributes Merrimack High School graduates should possess to become positive community members who are future ready, whether that future be a career in the trades, college education, or service in our military. Our graduates will be effective and critical thinkers who contribute positively in their local and global communities. Their public education prepares them for this future by developing their executive functioning skills, financial and digital literacy, and communication skills in the areas of listening, speaking, and writing. These are the attributes that I hope that my daughter and all New Hampshire's children receive through their public school educations. This bill proposes to remove many of the topics that have been discussed, and without these, New Hampshire's definition of an adequate education will no longer truly be adequate. Choices have consequences, and by removing these areas, it sets the stage for these subjects to be eliminated by school districts as their budgets are slashed because property tax owners can no longer bear the burden of education costs which have been downshifted onto them by the state. As public schools are forced to cut what's extra, these areas will be cut. If private schools are the only ones left who can afford to offer arts, technology, history, and these other areas, we're creating a disparity between families that can afford private schools and those that cannot. As things like EFAs continue to eat away at New Hampshire's Education Trust Fund, this bill continues to erode public education in New Hampshire, setting our children up for failure as they enter the world without the skills and knowledge they need to achieve their highest potential. By removing these requirements, the state fails to provide New Hampshire's children with the well-rounded, adequate education they deserve. So I urge you to oppose House Bill 283 and work to support public education so children like the ones who spoke so eloquently today in favor of House Bill 9 can continue to grow and learn here in New Hampshire and have bright, successful futures.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you. And Caitlin Bernier, followed by Lisa Walker.
Yeah, way down here. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and Education Policy Committee members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony today. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack, and I am on the School District Budget Committee, but I am here today representing myself as a parent in opposition of HB 283. This bill opens the door to start defunding public education and is not reflective of what the majority of your citizens believe. Extreme political agendas have no place in our New Hampshire public schools. HB 283 was introduced only 5 days before the public hearing because Representative McGuire knew that the majority of constituents in every town and city in New Hampshire would be up in arms with the absurdity this bill includes. As of Sunday at 6 p.m., only almost 26,000 tax-paying members of your communities have voted in opposition of HB 283. This bill is an obvious attempt at decreasing the state's financial obligations to provide an adequate public education, and we see you. This bill, if it were passed, would see an increase in charter and private schools by lowering the requirements necessary to provide an adequate education, which takes more funds from our most vulnerable population. It doesn't take much to connect this to all the bills in the House currently that give more power to local school boards, allow private schools to receive EFAs, and the income limit removal for said EFAs that takes tax-paying dollars away from our public schools. This is a purposeful and calculated agenda meant to hurt those of us that believe in public education by the prime sponsor. I came here to testify in opposition of HB 283 and this extreme political agenda, and wanted to express to the representatives who vote in favor of this that you do not speak for the majority of your constituents and that we are paying attention. This isn't an attempt to focus on core academics like the prime sponsor said today. This is a specific elimination of curriculum that doesn't fit his narrow views. I thank the committee members for listening and hope you are reading the room today and see that this bill does not reflect New Hampshire's definition of an equal and adequate education.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Next is Lisa Walker, followed by Nicole Tiancha Montague.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Lisa Walker. I live in Peterborough, New Hampshire. I am a 30-year veteran public educator. I spent 9 years as an art teacher, 21 as an administrator, 10 of those as superintendent of schools. And I was named Superintendent of the Year in 2022. Fun fact, in the last decade, 3 out of the 10 Superintendents of the Year were all former art teachers. We are evidence of the power of the arts in developing the creative thinking that's required to be a leader in today's world. Second point, this will absolutely widen the opportunity gap. Representative McGuire said that the kids who do well in the core subjects, math and English, can take other classes like art, etc. And kids who don't do well just get math and English. My 15-year-old daughter has autism, and she performs below grade level in those core classes. She loves art, she loves chorus, and she has gained so much self-confidence being a part of the chorus at Conval High School that she now sings the national anthem solo to start her unified basketball games. My final point, over 29,595 people, last I checked on my phone, have signed up in opposition to this bill, against 67 in support. How many folks in this room received that many votes in the last election? My point is this: you represent the interest of your constituents and those across the state. So I do hope you consider all of those voices and the ones you've heard here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Nicole?
Sorry about that.
Oh, question, I'm sorry. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Mr. Chair, excuse me.
and thank you for taking my question. Well, we are 5th in the nation for educational outcomes. We are 50th in the nation for state funding. If this bill were to move forward, do you see this effort as also negatively impacting workforce development and commerce in areas around agriculture through STEM, medical science, and the performing arts?
Absolutely. I was here for the first bill of the day where the students spoke about the power and necessity of all of the components of STEM, and having the exposure in our public schools, as also I think Representative Wheeler referred to, is integral to all of those things that you mentioned.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, just in terms of your experience, what would you predict would happen to youngsters who come to school that don't have any interest in math or science? Do you think that may impact enrollment?
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Speaking from a district across the state, would it surprise you that at our high school, one of the most sought after and difficult courses to get into is Bake Shop? And do you see a class such as Bake Shop covering some of those other essentials while not necessarily being specifically a reading or math class?
100%. When I was an art teacher, I made it a point to ensure that I was representing art as it was represented across disciplines. I would go into math classes and integrate art through the use of tessellations, echoing M.C. Escher. I'd go into history classes that were learning about the Renaissance and talk about artists of the Renaissance and the advances that were being made during that time. So sure, in lots of other classes, the arts, they cross-cut each other, absolutely.
Thank you. Next is Nicole, and followed by Janine Lesser.
It is the policy of the state of New Hampshire that public elementary and secondary education shall provide all students with the opportunity to acquire the knowledge and skills necessary to prepare them for successful participation in the social, economic, scientific, technological, and political systems of a free government, now and in the years to come. This is a quote taken directly from Statute 193, Section E1 of our state's law. This sentence, written in 1998, defines the goals and purposes of the statute. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nicole Tranchmontaine, a New Hampshire constituent and a member of the 2020 class of the Bedford Public High School. I will start with a question. How will any of the changes proposed in HB 283 further the clearly stated purpose of this legislation? How can a public not educated in the basics of economics or civics participate in a free, democratic government that demands its people to make decisions on these topics? I understand that New Hampshire public education is reliant on our taxpayers. As a taxpayer, is the education of our youth no longer worth our money in the eyes of our state officials? I am calling for you, our representatives, to think of the children. The children of New Hampshire who are attending or will attend public elementary, middle, or high school are citizens of New Hampshire and therefore the responsibility of our state government. They are a group of people who solely rely on representatives to represent their needs and to pass legislation for their benefit. This committee and the House as a whole, therefore, have a great responsibility towards New Hampshire's children. Do the proposed amendments to RSA 193E truly benefit this state's youth? I understand the proposed amendment does not insist schools must change their curriculum, but that New Hampshire will no longer aid schools in teaching the topics of history, government, languages, and personal finance, among others. I am sure you are aware of the following implications. Schools that rely on government aid to teach their students these topics will have to make changes to their curriculums to reflect their new budgets. This will affect impoverished areas most heavily. To state the obvious, no one who works in our government on the state or federal level is immortal. Eventually, children who experience these changes in policy will grow up and become members of our government. How will our government look if only children who have grown up in affluent areas have the necessary education and understanding to take up public office? How will our government look without representation from protected groups, minorities are the most likely to live in impoverished areas? And how will the government look when representatives who were never even shown the Constitution in school take up office?
Could you wrap up, please?
I urge this committee to ask themselves the following question when debating the merits of this bill. Ask yourselves, how does New Hampshire House Bill 283 prepare students for participation in a free government? I would argue that it does not. If an amendment is clearly disadvantageous to a select group of people and opposes the very ideals and purpose of a New Hampshire statute, How can it be put into law? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Janine is next, followed by Pam Sinat.
Chairman and members of the committee, thank you very much for letting me speak. And my purpose in speaking to you today is not to point out the many benefits of an education that includes the subjects that this bill seeks to eliminate, because the people before me did a much better job of that. But what occurred to me was a glaring inconsistency between what this bill is proposing and what I see going on with the education funding in New Hampshire. I was reviewing some of the expenses listed in the New Hampshire Children's Scholarship website for the fiscal year 2022 to 23. And I was amazed that there are thousands and thousands of dollars in expenditures for items teaching the subject areas of art, music, world language, computer science, engineering, and technology, and world languages. So at the same time, we're trying to take these subjects out of the public schools where resources are used on an economy of scale. For the many, the 85% of the children that are in public schools, we are handing out thousands and thousands of dollars to individuals to learn on their own these very same subject areas. So in summary, I know the intention is probably at the bottom of this to make the Conval lawsuit a moot point by changing the composition of an adequate education. But there is a glaring inconsistency in the current education philosophy and agenda in New Hampshire that shrinks public resources used for the many to scatter them for the few, and in the process, decimating the education for the many. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Pam. Is she here? Not seeing her. How about Bishop Rob Hirschfeld?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the members of this important committee. I'm Bishop Rob Hirschfeld. I'm the Bishop of the Episcopal Churches in New Hampshire. My job is to travel all over the place in New Hampshire, and I visit roughly 50 churches from Colebrook to Salem, Keene to Portsmouth, North Conway, everything in between. And I see a lot of kids. I'm also on the board of a couple independent schools that were founded by the Episcopal Church, and I can speak to, although I wasn't planning to, about that wide, obscene opportunity gap. But that wasn't why I came. It was mentioned. I wish to speak against this bill, and I'm not going to ascribe intent. I want to honor the pure intent of its sponsor. But I wish to begin with a short but luminous list. Alan Shepard, Jonathan Daniels, Justice David Souter, and our current Governor Kelly Ayotte are just few of the exemplary contributors to our world. They are explorers, civil servants, jurists, thinkers, each products of the public school system in New Hampshire. And it was a system that was committed to their intellectual and personal growth and development, the value of which has accrued not only to New Hampshire, but to the world. I suspect that the schools that they attended, Nashua, Concord, Keene, included math, science, history, social science, Latin, Spanish, French. Already? I'm curious if this bill essentially says, adequacy, we haven't done adequacy, let's admit our failure, let's surrender and claim victory. That doesn't work in foreign policy. It shouldn't work with our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa Gibson, followed by Robert Lawless.
Hi, my name is Lisa Gibson, and I'm from Rochester, New Hampshire. I moved here from Tampa, Florida, and I can say that from experience raising a child in the school system in Florida, that cutting funding or diverting it to different locations and taking away arts education is ridiculous for many reasons. But the other thing I have to say is I'm the operations manager for Rochester Performance and Arts Center, and I see a plethora of students that need art, they need language, they need a connection to learning. And we don't say, come do art and play in the theater and don't ever read a book, don't do math. Our systems, our sound systems, our set design, stage design, lighting, all require math, reading, science. All of those things are necessary things. The other thing I'll say is the arts industry in New Hampshire, sorry, I'm blind, $96 million to the economy in just New Hampshire, the arts industry. 3 million in tax dollars to the New Hampshire government because of the arts. And that's not just performing arts, but that's visual arts, that's arts across the board. And another thing is, I have 4 children, 2 of them are severe special needs. And our problem is not what we're teaching in schools. Our problem is teaching to standardized testing. My children continue to be pressed forward to the next grade level, even though they don't have the building blocks to move on. That has nothing to do with history or art or robotics or engineering. That has to do with teaching to testing. Teachers are pulling their hair out to see eye to eye with these children and find a way to spark interest so they'll pick up that book. So they'll do that math problem, but they're not going to do it if you take every bit of joy and light out of their school day. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig.
Thank you. And I didn't quite hear the name of the organization that you work for, and so I was hoping you could say it a little more slowly.
Sure. I work for Rochester Opera House, but I am the operations manager for Rochester Performance and Arts Center, which is our education piece, which we offer that education also to homeschoolers and all of that stuff. But the children that come from our elementary schools and our high schools and middle schools are learning. They're doing math, they're doing visual art as well as performance art. We don't tend to minimize those subjects, but we are allowing children to find something that will spark in them so they will pick up those books.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Lawless, followed by James Meyer.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the committee, for hearing our testimony. A number of the speakers have spoken much more eloquently than I can about the specifics. So I think I'll just stick with the fact that I'm probably representing a lot of other folks in expressing outrage that we even have to be here to oppose this bill. It's ridiculous that we're here trying to keep things, all of the things listed here, in our schools. My parents were both teachers. My dad ended his career as a principal down in Massachusetts, and I spent a lot of time talking about education. While I was being educated, I have a master's degree. I'm a U.S. Army active duty veteran, and my education was probably the thing that I can point to in the diversity of that education in being successful. I think a number of folks have already spoken about the way we fund things here. Instead of having to defend common sense against ideas like this, maybe the representatives should think about publicly about how they're funding public schools and talk with their other representatives and actually do some work that means something. This is ridiculous. I have nothing more to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Meyer, followed by Kathleen Slover.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli and representatives.
I'm Jim Moyer, a resident of Epsom, New Hampshire, and I oppose HB 283, joining over 25,000 citizens who submitted opposition on the website. The bill is sponsored by my Epsom representative, Dan McGuire, but I don't think it represents the sentiments of my neighbors. Last week in Epsom, we had a doozy of a town meeting where a petition was brought in front of us that would take away the school board's authority and instead put in a cap on spending on education. By an overwhelming vote, this petition was rendered harmless by an amendment of the people. Two facts were made clear to me from the discussion on this petition. One, property taxes are too high, and many residents are burdened and so much as to fear losing their homes. In that regard, this proposal by Representative McGuire is responding to a real and great concern. But the second, even more overwhelming fact is that Epsom residents are strong supporters of the local public schools. Some parents were brought to tears as they gave testimony because they felt that our commitment to education was faltering and it was potentially going to leave children, especially children with special educational needs, without support. Other citizens who did not have students in the schools expressed strong support for public education for various reasons. They want top-notch public school education, and they want you, their representatives, to support the public schools. HB 283 is the antithesis of support for public education. It's astonishing that someone with a PhD in computer science from MIT would advance a bill eliminating computer science, engineering, and technology as necessary elements.
If we could keep personalities out of this, please.
Fair. Okay. To repeat, I don't think we should eliminate computer science, engineering, and technology as necessary elements of public education. Does anyone here really believe that that would be beneficial? Would Christy McAuliffe agree that we should have taken that out of her education? I don't think so.
If you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up.
Thank you.
The word adequate in the title of the bill explains why HB 283 is before you. The court rulings oblige the state to pay for an adequate education. Thus, from a narrow view, any withering of the scope of adequate education may save some money. But that's not the call from Epsom residents. They want superior education, not minimally adequate education, and they need you to consider alternative means to fund that goes beyond regressive property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'll repeat, if you have written testimony, when you finish, please bring it up, and you don't have to read your entire testimony. So next I'll call on Kathleen Slover, followed by Tricia Rose Burt Masterson.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kathleen Slover. I'm from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I have two boys that graduated from Portsmouth High School. My youngest is a well-rounded, good student. And when he was about a sophomore, he said, you know, I could be an engineer, I could be this or that, but he decided to go on, focus on history, English, poli-sci, and civics. And he wanted to go to Boston University. Boston University has a 10% acceptance rate. You're on the world stage, competing with everyone across the world. It was a stretch school. I'm proud to say he's a freshman at Boston University at the Global Studies program there. Arts, world language, computer science, and a robust, diverse history program not only make our students more competitive, it makes our communities more competitive. Schools, both public and private across the country, celebrate and tout these classes and programs to draw families and students to their school communities. And I am too very outraged that I have to point that out. I want every kid in New Hampshire to have the opportunities that my boys have. So please oppose HB 283.
Thank you very much. Tricia?
Yes, thank you so much.
Followed by Tondi McGowan.
Yes, my name is Tricia Rose Burt. I'm from Hancock, New Hampshire. I'm an artist and a creativity and story coach to businesses across the nation. I haven't ever had a child in the New Hampshire public school system, but the arts changed my life and is very important to me. About 3 decades ago, I was working as a consultant for Harvard Business School and Fidelity Investments. And I was good at my job, but I wasn't really enjoying it, so I started figuring out what else I could do for a living, and I ended up in art school, which was a surprise because I was raised with a family that really focused on hard skills like logic and math as opposed to the softer skills like creativity. And when I started going to art school, while I was consulting, I became a much better consultant because I was learning how to think creatively, and making art and practicing art really awakened my imagination and my ability to problem solve. So what I do now, I get hired by businesses because I am an artist. And they ask me to come into their organizations to help their employees think more creatively and engage their creative sides. In fact, I was just hired by the National Council of State Legislators to help their support staff with their creativity. So I think we have a choice. We can eliminate arts programs, maybe save some money and some hassle and end up hiring someone like me later on, or we can invest in our students and in the long term now so we can create creative thinkers and problem solvers. Creativity is something that is a muscle that needs to be flexed early and often, and it can help our students become better citizens and navigate their own lives personally and professionally. Art and creativity are not frivolous pursuits. It's essential to the bottom line, actually, of every industry, entrepreneurship, and leader in our state. So I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tondi McGowan? If she's not here, we'll move on to Max Goddard, followed by Katie Andrews.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Max Goddard. I am a New Hampshire citizen. I grew up in Merrimack, New Hampshire, and received an extremely well-rounded education there. I wish I could go on and on about the various teachers I had and how exceptional they were, but they're not public figures, so I won't name them here today, except for one of my former world history teacher is now one of your colleagues, New Hampshire State Rep Peter Petrino. And I will just say that he had an extreme impact on me and many other New Hampshire citizens, and enabled us to see the world from a connected perspective. I've been trying to understand how the prime sponsor of this bill could justify reducing the requirements of an adequate education in New Hampshire.
Again, let's please leave personalities out of this and stick to the bill itself.
I was trying to find why anyone could justify such a bill in this before this committee. But today, I've had the pleasure of hearing the prime sponsor's specific testimony to justify the lowering of the adequate education requirements in New Hampshire. And his primary reasoning seems to be that he views education as a zero-sum game.
If we're interested in your position.
I do not believe that education is a zero-sum game. Teaching of one subject does not reduce the teaching of another subject. If someone is studying civics, government, or history, are they reducing the education of English, a subject that uses writing, reading, and comprehension, something that would be performed in all the subjects, civics, government, and history? Would it be reducing a mathematics education to teach personal finance literacy, computer science, and technology, subjects that certainly use it?
Thank you.
Any questions?
Next is Katie Andrews, followed by Cynthia McCleary.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I honestly didn't prepare anything. I wasn't preparing to speak to you today. But as a mother of a 7th grader in Sandown, I don't see how I cannot. The people before me have done a fantastic job of showing how insane this bill actually is. But I think it would be helpful for you to know that the reason my husband and I purchased our home in Sandown and have paid over $10,000 a year in property taxes was for our elementary school. We chose to live there for our elementary school. Our daughter got an amazing education. We are very grateful. Looking at this bill, she's an honors orchestra student. She's a 504 student. What you are contemplating cutting from this education system makes us go, our neighboring states have quality education and similar property taxes. I don't see why we would stay in New Hampshire if you pass this bill. I also have a question for the sponsor. I'm a little perplexed as to how you chose these courses to cut. Why is physical education more important than arts or music? Why is personal finance or economics not important when math is important and it overlaps so much? I don't understand and would love to get some more clarification as to how these were arbitrarily chosen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cynthia McCleary? Not seeing her. Janet Ward?
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Ward. I live in Hopkinton, New Hampshire. I am here because I am appalled by House Bill 283, proposed by Representative Dan McGuire. How is it possible that Representative McGuire could propose a bill in the year 2025 which would remove from core knowledge domains world languages, engineering, computer science, digital literacy, civics and government, economics, and Holocaust and genocide education? Has Representative McGuire not noticed that thanks to tremendous advances in communication and transportation technology, all of us humans inhabit a small planet where what happens in one nation rapidly affects all other nations? Among many of its potentially damaging effects, this bill would limit the ability of our young people to converse and communicate with citizens of other nations and to develop an understanding of the different ways human governments evolve. In 2025, studying civics is more crucial than ever. Through the study of civics, young people come to understand and appreciate the amazing possibilities of democracy, as well as the threats to our democracy that are right now, at this moment, in play. The sponsor of this bill could argue that he is only interested in saving taxpayers' money. Let us be honest. If that were truly the case, this committee could save taxpayers' money and protect our public schools by ensuring that public tax dollars pay for our public schools and are not siphoned off via school vouchers which escape public oversight.
If we could stick to this bill.
Voucher dollars represent taxation without representation.
Excuse me, if we could stick to this bill, please.
Happily, sir. But I do think what I've just said is connected. I ask each of you to protect our democracy by voting against House Bill 283. Thank you for letting me share my deep concerns with you.
Thank you. Sarah McNeil is next, followed by Deborah Howes.
Representative Cordelli and committee members, my name is Sarah McNeil, and I have lived in Warner for almost 50 years. My children have gone through the public school system. I am in strong opposition of House Bill 283. This bill, sponsored by just one representative, attempts to remove lengthy list of educational subjects while still maintaining that this will provide an adequate education for our students. I'll limit my testimony to 3 points. 1, under social studies, Representative McGuire wishes to remove civics, economics, geography, history, and Holocaust and genocide education. If that is done, what exactly will be taught in these social studies classes? What's left? The National Council for the Social Studies is the largest professional association in the country, devoted solely to social studies education with members in all 50 states and 35 countries. They define social studies as a study of individuals, communities, systems, and their interactions across time and place to prepare students for local, national, and global civic life. Don't we really want to have our students, especially in today's world, participate in that? Second point is that on August 4th, 2023, Governor Sununu signed into law Senate Bill 216, requiring civics education to be taught in all public and private schools from grade school through 12th grade. This bipartisan bill was sponsored by 16 senators. Are we going to undo this law that is just beginning to be implemented in our schools? Finally, of all the subjects on this list, one should not discount the one entitled Personal Finance Literacy. Imagine if all our students who graduated from high school got at least a passing grade in this.
Thank you very much.
I do have copies, but I also have a copy of, I belong to the League of Women Voters, and almost 2 years ago, Representative Ladd and others spoke to our organization.
Right.
In addition, I have about the civics bill becoming law. So
Okay,
I'd
if
like
you
to
could leave
share.
that up front with one of the committee members, that would be great. Thank you very much. Deborah Howes, followed by Mike Appleberg.
Okay. Is this good, or I'm getting an echo? Good afternoon, Chairman Kudelli and members of the Education Policy Committee. I'm pleased to be addressing you this afternoon. My name is Deborah Howes. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I'm here on behalf of my members and the students we serve across the Granite State to oppose House Bill 283. We are in staunch opposition of this bill, which would cut many subject areas from the list of classes that are required, or list of areas that are required to make up an adequate education. Every single Granite State student has the constitutional right to the opportunity of a robust public education. That is not a bare bones education, that is an education that prepares them for career, for workforce, for higher education, for full participation in civic life beyond high school graduation. This bill will not get our students there, and it is shortchanging them if we adopt it. By changing the list of subjects that comprise an adequate education, it will eventually affect funding, because that is what our funding formula is based on. And if our state does not fund it, in many places, our local districts cannot continue to fund it. So it's fine to say, well, your local schools can still offer these subjects. Most of our local districts are so strapped by our current unconstitutional funding formula that they are struggling to keep up with what they are currently offering. And in many places, you see right now, there are cutbacks on the table. It would continue to grow that gap we have from one district to another between what is offered in a public education. And remember, every single child in the state has the right to that same robust opportunity of a public education. So, for the sake of all of our Granite State children, you really need to find this inexpedient to legislate, and I do have copies. I'll bring them down.
Thank you. Mike, followed by, is there someone named Dan? Just filled in first name. If you could, when you get up, if you could tell us your last name also for the record. Yep. No, this is...
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Mike Affelberg. I'm the president of the United Way of Greater Nashua. I'm here also to express our strong opposition to HB 283. Just going to make a couple of additional points that haven't been made. That this proposal, it's not only detrimental to the future of our students, but it also contradicts long-established brain science regarding how children learn and develop. I'd like to give you just a couple of examples. Decades of research in neuroscience and education have shown a diverse and well-rounded curriculum as essential for cognitive development. As regards the specific elements that have been addressed in this bill, arts and education Arts education and innovation. Research from Johns Hopkins University and the Dana-Farber Foundation have shown that music and visual arts strengthen neural connections related to memory, problem solving, and emotional regulation. These skills are necessary for leadership in technology, business, and the sciences. World languages and global engagement. The American Academy of Neurology has found that bilingual individuals have stronger executive functioning and multitasking skills. Engineering, technology, and workforce readiness. In other words, STEM. The National Science Foundation has shown that early exposure to STEM significantly enhances students' abilities to tackle complex problem solving and innovation. Personal finance and literacy. The Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization has found that students with financial literacy and education demonstrate improved long-term financial stability. And lastly, computer science and technology. MIT's Brain and Cognitive Sciences Department, which I am certain that the representative is well aware of, has shown that learning computational thinking enhances students' ability to break down complex problems and approach them methodically. HB 283 not only contradicts the science of how young minds develop, but it also weakens our global competitiveness. For these and many other reasons, I urge you to vote HB 283 inexpedient to legislate, and I do have copies of my testimony.
Great, thank you very much. If you can bring them forward. Dan.
My name is Daniel Cracky. I'm a father of two young children from Merrimack, New Hampshire. Daniel Cracky, K-R-A-C-K-E. House Bill 283 is a shameful gutting of the academic experience every single public school student in the state of New Hampshire deserves. Representative McGuire did not provide one solid statistic to prove his point. I am the product of a well-rounded public education, and it has allowed me to be a critical thinker in this world. It's important now more than ever that we're able to think independently and analyze and use our brains to figure out what is truth and what is lie. I was informed about this by a friend on Thursday last week, and I was honestly infuriated. I have two young kids who have bright futures, and I want them to be given all of the opportunities that I was given as a child. By taking these subjects out of the curriculum, you're dumbing down New Hampshire and our kids, and it's hurtful. And things like this will push hardworking people who want to raise smart, independent, strong kids out of this state and lower all of the standards here. I came to this state for a better life and to raise my family. And if things like this happen, this is not the place for me to raise my family at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Jocks. Okay, not seeing her. Heather Gilligan. Followed by Sylvie Stewart.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Gilligan. I'm a faculty member in the music department at Keene State College. I'm here to strongly oppose HB 283. Our children deserve a well-rounded education. I have professional training in both the arts and the sciences, and I'd like to talk about the importance of arts in education. People think creativity is associated with the arts, and while this is true, it would be wrong to assume that creativity somehow belongs to the arts. As a former chemist, my work in the lab required creativity. My electrician is one of the most creative people I know. From marketing specialists to dentists and doctors, creativity is a critical component of success. As a faculty member at Keene State, we talk a lot about job readiness, the ability to apply one's skills to the job market to be a productive member of society. The best way we can prepare our students for success in the New Hampshire job market is to teach them to think creatively. The arts are also a vehicle for important life skills. Students who study music and other forms of art have better eye-hand coordination. They are more collaborative. They learn important communication skills. They have better organizational skills. They feel more at ease with self-directed projects. They learn to be fluent with various technologies. They are not afraid to take risks. The arts teach discipline and work ethic. In other words, our school curriculum benefits from the arts in many immeasurable ways. This is not about teaching our kids a form of entertainment. After all, the vast majority of our students who study the arts in the K-12 system will not go on to become professional musicians or painters or actors. This is about building a school curriculum that will set our kids on a path to success in any field they choose. What kind of education will position our children for the best chance of success after they finish their schooling? It is the very subjects this bill proposes to eliminate. Please, I implore you to deem this legislation inexpedient to legislate. Give our youth an opportunity to thrive, to learn creative problem solving in order to become successful adults. HB 283 is not the answer.
Thank you very much. Sylvie Stewart, and followed by Gwendolyn Lipari.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sylvie Stewart. I live in Nashua. I was a music teacher in the Nashua School District for 16 years, and I'm now an assistant at the Hollis Montessori School. I am here to very much oppose HB 283. I have 4 main points. The first thing is I think that this is a very disrespectful bill. I think teachers did not go to 6 or 4 plus 6 years for a bachelor's and a master's degree to teach to a test, to teach only limited subjects in the schools. They love children, they're passionate about what they do, they're creative about what they do, and I find it a disrespectful bill for that reason. Students don't want to be dumbed down. Parents want a quality education. I think these things go without speaking. I also feel this bill is ignorant of educational theory, pedagogy, psychology, curriculum design, cognitive function, and brain development. As Dr. Howard Gardner of Harvard University said, we have multiple intelligences, spatial, artistic, cooking, musical. Help me here. There were about 8 of them, much more than just the disciplines of math, reading, and writing. And therefore, you need to appeal to all those intelligences by including all these subject areas when you teach. I really much think that education is interdisciplinary. No one can argue that math has nothing to do with any of the other subjects. No one can argue that science doesn't have something to do with history, that music doesn't have something to do with math. As other people have said, the brain doesn't learn math in one section and English in another section and writing. Everything is connected. We're also connected as a world. We cannot have an ethnocentric education, and we can't have a Department of Education that no longer exists, serving as a model for our state to no longer have an education department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Gwendolyn, followed by Michelle Bickford.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, all the representatives that are here. Thank you. My name is Gwendolyn Lipari, and I'm here because I do care very much, and I do oppose this bill from happening. And reason being, I grew up in the 60s in New Hampshire. I didn't have art, and I didn't have a lot of the classes that would have helped me more. Luckily, my second grade teacher played piano, so we got to sing, but at the Mary Foss School in Salem, tiny. But growing up here, I always felt like something was missing in my life, and it was being an artist. I had art class at 15 at Salem High School, but didn't have what it took to get into a school after. I couldn't get into certain colleges or even art academies because I didn't have enough art under my belt. And I was upset by that. And my skills could have been better if I started right from the beginning and learning more. I didn't get that. So all the more reason I fought hard. I became a graphic designer. I went to a 3-year art school, the one that let me in Boston, and I did do well. From there, I moved to California, and I did commercial artwork for a while. then I had children, and I decided I loved teaching them and teaching art. They didn't have art in their classes in California. 40 kids per first grade classroom, my daughter still wasn't reading. And this is very personal, so it's my own story. When we ended up moving back to New Hampshire, where my kids have never been, but with my husband and 2 kids, they got to go to Londonderry school system, and I was beaming at the changes that I saw in my children's education from being here. Number one, less people in a class. My daughter, who was still in first grade, still couldn't read. She learned to read in 2 months being here. They integrated storytelling and drawing that embellished that for her. So I'm so proud of being a member. I was raised in New Hampshire. I'm prouder to be a part of New Hampshire now, and I got to be an educator at the school district in Derry. And I can't tell you enough how much it meant to me to see my students do better and flourish. So thank you for listening, and I know time is short, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle Bickford.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Bickford, and I live in Hopkinton, New Hampshire, and I'm also a 6th grade teacher of social studies and writing, but my passion is teaching civics. I moved here about 28 years ago from the state of Florida, and I was immediately impressed by the state of New Hampshire and its common sense politics, where people could contribute to society and make positive change. My teacher colleagues and I work tirelessly to educate our children. I've taught all of those core subjects that we were talking about, but I firmly believe that art and music and world language, geography, civics, history, computer science, personal science, technology, and economics are critical to a quality education and competing in the world beyond New Hampshire. Our students deserve this. Bills like HB 283 only disrupt our work, and I'm very much opposed to it. Only a couple of years ago, my Hopkinton students and I were invited to the New Hampshire State Supreme Court. We presented on the topic of learning about civics. My students let the group know how they felt it prepared them for the future, and that they learned that one day they may be called to serve on a jury and have the honor to participate and perform that civic duty. They learn how bills become laws and how to testify in front of committees for bills being presented. My students learn about our state and federal election process, where New Hampshire has a very rich history. At the state of New Hampshire Supreme Court, many government officials shook my hand and the hands of my students that day, thanking us for bringing civics into the classroom. I wanted to just thank you very much for hearing my testimony today, and please vote against HB 283. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Damon, followed by Leslie Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask you to recognize the person who needs to leave shortly to speak before me? Is that permissible?
I'm sorry, you could repeat that?
I'm asking if you could recognize a person who needs to leave shortly to speak before me.
Okay.
Her name is Gianna. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Gianna Jelsey. I'm a citizen of Madbury, New Hampshire. I'm also on the school board for Oyster River Cooperative School District. I'm not speaking on behalf of the entire board today. I'm speaking on myself. I'm on the finance committee there, as well as sustainability. And there's a lot of things here that a lot of people have discussed and mentioned in a much more eloquent way than I can do today. And I'm very grateful for all the speakers who came up here and spoke so well about their personal experiences as educators and parents, and the importance of having this bill be defeated and hopefully be inexpedient to legislate. I'm speaking today because there's a couple things. One is I want to make sure that my voice was heard, and I want to emphasize that the people who registered in opposition to this bill, and even the ones who registered in favor of this bill online are equal in testimony to what I'm saying today. I don't think we should be able to ignore the people who are not able to be present. The second thing is that when I'm talking about the school district that I'm in, one of the things that's the strength of our district is that there's a whole bunch of electives that the students can take. People actually come to the district for that. This bill is actually going to be eliminating a lot of those electives, which means they won't have the diversity of classes of why they actually moved to the school district in the first place. The second part is that we don't know what the future looks like. If you're limiting everything to little boxes, you're limiting people's and children's ability to adapt to the future. The exact skills that you need change. What we actually really need is the ability to learn. And having an expansive set of classes so we can do that is pivotal. We need people and students in the future who are adaptable, who are resilient, who can be independent thinkers, capable of critical analysis, effective communication, problem solving. This bill cuts into all of those things because education doesn't exist in a silo. When you're learning something, it crosses all those classes. Other people have spoken to this exact thing, where math doesn't just exist in a math class, math exists in an art class, it definitely exists in an engineering class, it exists in all those other places. Another thing I'd like to add, just as saying from a school board member, is that a lot of these things actually, under competency-based education, cross classes and credits. So just one second. So the thing is what this bill actually is doing is attacking the funding on it. So I want to say that one of the persons spoke to this much better than I did here, since I'm out of time. But the people who are sitting here, the people who commented online, are not fooled by the intent of this bill. This bill is to attack adequacy funding and make it so public education is under attack and make it so it's underfunded. That is the purpose of this bill. So please, in this speech, legislate. Thank you.
Could I just double check your last name so I make sure I have the right card?
Yeah, Gelsey, G-E-L-S-E-Y.
Yes, thank you very much. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for accommodating the previous speaker. Good afternoon, committee. For the record, I'm State Rep Hope Damon, representing the 9 communities of Sullivan District 8, which includes 5 school districts, all with significant participation in the free and reduced school meals program, as many know, a marker of low socioeconomic status. I live in and represent the small town of Croydon. In 2022, our school budget was cut 53% following a floor motion by a Free Stater. The vote was 20 to 14. If that had been the final outcome, our school would have closed. This bill, though promoted by the sponsor as increasing local control, is actually fully aligned with the Free State agenda. Reduce course requirements to minimal so the state can provide even less funding than it already inadequately does, which will certainly reduce education quality and outcomes. And then the Free Staters can further dismantle public schools until eventually none exist in New Hampshire. After a 7-week grassroots campaign, Croydon restored our school budget in a landslide 377 to 2 vote. There's only 600 voters in our town. Similarly, the 29,000 opponents to this bill online, and have you noticed that 100% of the people testifying in person today oppose HB 283, should tell the House to defeat this egregious bill. And finally, it alerts all of us to vet who you elect to represent you. Free Staters do not support public education where 87% of New Hampshire K-12 students learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Woodard, followed by Bruce Burke.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the Education Policy and Administration Committee. My name's Leslie Woodard, and I'm from Londonderry. I'm a retired music teacher from there, and my husband and I moved there with my daughter because of the education she would receive there, especially the arts education. I oppose this bill for many reasons. By removing so many subjects important to a full and happy life, this bill, excuse me, will make learning a drudgery for students and much more difficult for many students, as students learn in many different ways. It will also be a disaster for their future lives, leaving them with many fewer career paths and giving them virtually no education about the world or how it works. This will also be a disaster for our country and our world in the long run. I am here in part because I have 10 grandchildren, 4 of whom attend school here in New Hampshire. I do not want to see them relegated to this below subpar education. The arts help a child to learn about themselves and the world as well as their place in it. Studies have proven that students do better in academic classes when they're involved in playing a music instrument. Also, the arts bring people together, which I have seen over and over again. As a certified music practitioner, I also know the arts are healing. I've personally experienced this healing and watched it happen over and over again. As well, the arts tie all other subjects together. It is definitely a big part of an adequate education. I respectfully ask, what could possibly make anyone think that social studies are not part of an adequate education? And without those, that's 2 minutes already. I just wanted to say that with other languages, when I worked at Nike years ago, one of my bosses could speak 8 languages. They sent her all over the world. Being able to speak so many languages opened up not only the world of work to her, but the world itself. We cannot take that away from our children.
Please wrap up.
I feel the same, yes, about the others. And I just wanted to say, I appreciate your listening to my testimony, and I hope all will oppose this egregious bill that would dumb down our children's education. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Is Bruce Burke here? Followed by Dave Michaud.
I have to say a couple things, and I've listened carefully, so I'm going to eliminate most of my comments. Thank you for being the most underpaid professionals in the state. I would just give one more fact, because you've gotten so many facts today. China graduates more engineers, I'm thinking about the previous bill, China graduates more engineers each year than the total number of college graduates in the United States each year. So as you think about this previous bill, we need to do more. I'm just going to give submit my testimony. There are some specifics here on the Holocaust, why I think it's important, particularly in our society today, and also the reference earlier to Gardner's 8 theories of education. So you've listened long. You're just looking for more evidence. I'll submit my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Dave Michaud here? Seeing none. Zach Sheehan? Cannot see him either. How about, yes? Beg your pardon? Do you want to hand in his testimony? Yep. I'd rather not have you read written testimony. We can just pass it out to the committee. Great, thank you. Randy Britton, followed by Kristen Bourbeau.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, hi, my name is Randy Britton. I'm from Grantham. I'm actually the technology director at Grantham Village School. I've been there for 10 years. I'm a retired Navy public affairs officer. The reason I'm here is to stand in opposition of HB 283. Specifically, I'm going to address the computer science and digital literacy item that's been cut. One of the things that we've talked about at Grantham Village School quite a bit is this notion of digital citizenship. Okay, it's an extension of 3 things that we talk about every day at the school, which is to be safe, respectful, and responsible. And we extend that to being good digital citizens online also, being safe, respectful, responsible online. That education that we're providing to these kids is crucial for them understanding what their place in the digital world is. And what responsibilities they have when they're executing their lives in the digital world. I've been to many of the Krista McAuliffe conferences that they have in Manchester. One of the speakers several years ago was a young lady, probably about 14 or so, who talked about how her digital life was not a separate entity. It was her. It was part of who she was. And this is, in fact, the way that our children these days are living. I have a senior in high school, a daughter who's a sophomore at UVM, and their digital life is their life. The notion that you would somehow strike digital literacy as one of the core components of an adequate education is just abhorrent to me. To understand that, you know, you're not going to have that be one of the core skills that children in the state of New Hampshire are going to have as a critical component of their education is just baffling to me. The previous bill that was being discussed in here was talked about as STEM. A lot of times people talk about it as STEAM, and I'll wrap up, Mr. Chairman, in just a minute. The A in STEAM is for arts. That includes things like being creative when you're writing code, for example. It's not just a matter of the technology, it's incorporating creativity into that too. So I would just reiterate that I oppose HB 283 and reiterate too, I think education is not a zero-sum game. All of these things that are in here are critical to the entire education of a whole person for a citizen in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Bourbeau, followed by Robert Moore.
Is it possible for a gentleman to go ahead of me? He must pick up his child after school.
Oh, okay.
Mine will be quick too.
What's the name?
The name is Paul Bunker. Thank you very much for hearing me. I am a technology professional, a musician, and have been an educator. And I am a citizen of Epsom, and I was involved in the school board meeting that was discussed earlier. As my fellow townsperson has pointed out, the consensus was not in support of the ideology behind this bill. I think that it's important for us to remember that we have children saying the Pledge of Allegiance every day. And instead of rehashing my opposition, which I've already registered for the board, to remember that if we don't teach civics, how do they understand what they're pledging allegiance to and what they should be proud of? And if we're not teaching them about the things that have happened in the past or how to prepare for the future in a technologically centric world, how can we expect our society to continue to move forward? I had my son ask me one day what a Buffalo Soldier was, which eventually led to a discussion about the Emancipation Proclamation and the Civil War. This was when he was 4 years old. And these are subjects that children need to understand. And if we're not going to teach civics, and I understand that it isn't to not teach these subjects, but coming from an area where we won't have the funds and we have a vote on the 11th to raise taxes $2.89 on every $1,000, which even before I had kids, I was happy to pay the tax increase because I understand that a well-informed populace is the most important part of our society. And if we're not going to teach them these things, how will they understand it? And how will we move forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps State Representative Dan McGuire means well, but I'm opposed to this bill. Dumbing up education takes even more power away from education. It sends a message that education is not that important, and I believe that's the crux of the matter. Students aren't seeing the buy-in. Learning, we have the power to create, to contribute. It starts while they're young, not when we're older. That's the way our brains work. It's powerful. It creates buy-in. But I'm not an art teacher or engineering teacher. I was a social studies teacher, social sciences and history. And I know we know that quote, those that have forgotten their history are condemned to repeat it. The Holocaust cannot be forgotten. Even now, we are dealing with something similar, power to control the populace through media, news. Further, this bill requires only 8 credits to graduate. That's heading for the need of no high school. If they don't have to offer it, they won't. It's true, too many school districts are struggling and could see this as a way to keep taxes from climbing. You see, we must look ahead at what new legislation could pave the way for. America's struggling as is. Kids need to create, invent. They need that type of buy-in. Students want to be empowered. Yes, there is an issue, but dumbing down education will only exacerbate the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Robert Moore here, followed by Mark Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Chairman, and also members of the committee. Honored to be here, and also I applaud your patience and your listening skills. Amazing what you're doing. I'm Bob Moore. I'm from East Kingston, which is in the seacoast of New Hampshire. As a retired New Hampshire public high school science teacher for 23 years, I have witnessed firsthand the value of an education that includes world languages, art, and music, and a social studies curriculum that teaches a historical account of racial oppression and the Holocaust in Nazi Germany. These events and histories and art expressions that tap into personal struggles and social struggles are of paramount importance. To dismiss our full historic record is to pave the way for, as mentioned earlier, for a repeat of history with no lessons learned. I am in favor of a complete education, including past histories that celebrate our democracy, as well as educate the mistakes we've made and learn from these. Also, the importance of learning the democratic process through a civics class, through civics education, instructs a student to become an informed voter. How else will a student be prepared to engage in a democracy when it's time for them to vote? This is why I'm opposed to House Bill 283. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Is Mark Hampton here? Followed by Megan Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I congratulate you on your endurance and your patience. I will be brief. My name is Mark Hampton. I live in the town of Canterbury. My wife and I have been in New Hampshire since 1970 after a stint in Bolivia in the Peace Corps. I speak in opposition to this bill from the vantage point of a foreign language educator. I taught Spanish and French for many years in the Concord School District, after which I was the entire Spanish department at Colby Sawyer College for a few more years. I'm 82 years old, so over the years I've seen and discussed many curriculum changes in our schools. When I first read about HB 283, I was reminded of the question, what do you call someone who speaks 3 languages? The answer, of course, is trilingual. And what do you call someone who speaks 2 languages? Bilingual. How about, what do you call someone who speaks 1 language? An American. You cannot separate language from culture. So learning languages opens our eyes to the world around us. We will be depending upon today's young people to navigate an increasingly more complex world. Studying foreign languages and cultures, understanding and assessing new technologies, and being grounded in civics, to name a few, are essential. So please, consider what passing this bill might mean for your children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Megan Tuttle here?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Brian Hawkins from NEA New Hampshire. Megan had to leave. I will hand in her written testimony, but I'll just make a couple of very quick points that she raises in there.
Do you have a card in?
I don't have my card in. Megan has a card in, though. I'll be brief.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay. I would just urge you to listen to all the educators who came here today, and the retired educators, And from all the stories that we had sent in to us when this bill was published, I think the theme that we heard from a lot of them was all of the confidence, some of the intangibles that people have talked about that all of these content areas provided their students today, provided them when they were in school. Those were the things that enabled them to go on and become teachers themselves. And so I'll hand in the testimony, but I would just urge you to listen to all of the dedicated professionals who came here today, the retired ones who told you the stories about their students and their lives. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Please vote against this bill.
Is Alvilda Jablonko here? Followed by Jane Windsor.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of this committee. I'm honored to be here and to speak in front of you. My name is Alvilda Jablonko, and I'm a resident of Keene. My father lost all of his immediate family in the Holocaust. He came to the United States as a student, a refugee, went to MIT, where he graduated with a degree in electrical engineering. I was very, very happy when New Hampshire became one of the states to add a Holocaust and genocide element to its curriculum. I think that it's egregious to remove that from its curriculum now, and that's just one part of the social studies curriculum, which will be gutted to the point of being unrecognizable. I don't know what it's going to contain. If it doesn't contain history, civics, geography, what does it have? I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said because everybody has said it better than I. I'm not an educator, but the idea that it's a completely false dichotomy to choose English and math over music and computer science. It seems self-evident. I'm not going to belabor the point. When my father was at MIT studying electrical engineering, he spent most of his time in the music library listening to music and learning about music. These two things for him were inseparable, and I think that, as everybody has said here today, it is fundamental to an education to include all of these subjects. So, as a resident of Keene and a citizen of New Hampshire, I urge you to vote no on this bill.
Thank you very much. Jane Windsor, followed by Janet Britcher.
Hi, I am Jane Windsor. I'm a retired public school teacher, and I live in Newmarket. I'm here today to oppose HB 283, which would remove high priority subjects from the definition of an adequate education in the 21st century. Most of what I had has already been expressed beautifully, so I'll be submitting a hard copy. However, I do want to speak personally at this time because this part hits me. I am the child of Jewish parents whose family was deeply impacted by the Holocaust in all the horrific ways that you can imagine. The removal of civics, history, the Holocaust, and genocide education is not just a gap in knowledge, it is dangerous. Understanding the horrors of the past is crucial in preventing hate and extremism in the future. Our children must learn to recognize injustice and stand up for what's right. We cannot afford to forget. It's our collective responsibility to preserve the memory of these atrocities. The consequences of this bill are not just about cutting costs, they are about narrowing our students' futures, as we have heard. Education should ensure all New Hampshire students, regardless of background, have access to the skills and knowledge they need to thrive. Cutting these subjects will only deepen the gaps between communities. Wealthier districts will fill them, others will struggle, worsening educational inequality. We cannot afford to weaken our public schools, especially when so many families, including some of your constituents, rely on free public schools as their only educational option. I urge you to reject House Bill 283. Thank you for your time, your patience, and consideration.
Thank you very much for being here. Janet Britcher here. Susan Garcia. Hannah Weissman. Followed by Carmela Antonelli.
Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong opposition of HB 283, specifically the provision that removes computer science and digital literacy from the subjects that qualify as an adequate education in New Hampshire. My name is Hannah Weissman, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy at Code.org, a national nonprofit dedicated to expanding computer science for all students. In 2025, computer science is a critical literacy, just like math and reading, but it's actually not separate from math and reading. There have been studies that have shown that when students take computer science, they do better in math and reading. And as you can imagine as well, math and reading are involved in computer science classes. These are not just disparate subjects. Computer science skills are essential across all industries, including some key sectors in New Hampshire, such as advanced manufacturing, life sciences, and technology. And regardless of students' career paths, computer science teaches students to think creatively, solve problems, which are valuable in any skill their future student may have. Removing computer science from New Hampshire's definition of an adequate education would send a message that these skills are optional, and they are not. New Hampshire has actually been a leader in computer science education. In 2018, the state took a forward-thinking step by adding computer science to this list of subjects. And this policy has resulted in 95% of high schools in New Hampshire offering computer science, which is one of the highest rates in the country. And this progress aligns with national trends. Now 33 states require their schools to offer computer science and digital literacy as well. If HB 283 passes, New Hampshire's progress and role as a leader in this country is at risk. Schools may deprioritize computer science, leading to fewer courses and, of course, fewer students taking them. This would be a backward step at a time when other states are expanding access and investing in their students' futures. I urge every member of the Education Policy and Administration Committee to support New Hampshire students and economy by rejecting the removal of computer science from the list of adequate subjects. This is not just an education policy decision, but a workforce issue. New Hampshire has to ensure that students are prepared for the modern world, and I urge you not to take a step backwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carmela, followed by Marcia McCaffrey.
Yes, thank you for your time. I really appreciate coming and speaking to you all today. My name is Carmela Antonellis. I'm from Keene, New Hampshire. I am here today to express my full and wholehearted opposition to HB 283. I stand here before everyone as a daughter of a teacher, sister of a teacher, both of New Hampshire, a New Hampshire taxpayer, a New Hampshire local, a person who is a musician, a singer, practicer of art through metalsmithing, and an engineer. I was educated by the public school systems of New Hampshire, and I'm a graduate of the University of New Hampshire. The introduction of this bill and the contents within it are extremely concerning and frankly terrifying. By cutting these subjects, you are leaving behind so many students. And please recognize that cutting these requirements is a very slippery slope. If you do not invest in our children and provide them with a diverse and enriched education, what type of people will they grow up to be? How will they navigate an ever-changing world and be successful in a chosen profession? Do you not want them to be fully educated? How will the children of New Hampshire grow up to be successful adults and members of society if we do not give them the essential tools to do so? I understand the concerns that were brought when this bill was proposed, although I gravely disagree with the bill, but this is not the solution. This is not the way to correct maybe the issues that we're seeing. It points to another issue. Put the funds towards getting these resources, towards getting those specialists that might be needed. One last thing I wanted to highlight is that I am employed as an engineer in New Hampshire. I work in Auburn. And when I applied for my first engineering job, they looked at the subjects that I took other than math, other than engineering. They evaluated me as an individual, not as a test score, even though my GRE scores were average. I work for an international company, and knowing Spanish has been an asset and an advantage to my career. And all of the courses that I took, whether they were creativity, art-related courses, or science and engineering, those were all looked at when I was looking to become a professional. I'll wrap up right here. Additionally, these consulting firms, which are seeing a huge boom in growth, are looking for creativity in addition to technical engineering skills. So I please encourage everyone to really think deep and hard about this before evaluating this bill, and please do not approve this, as the majority of constituents have stated they do not support this bill.
Thank you very much. Is Marcia? Yes. And Sheila Cunningham following her.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcia McCaffrey. I live in Kentucky, New Hampshire. For 23 years, I worked as an education consultant at the State Department of Education. I'd like to take a little bit different tact on this and pursue some policy reasons why I believe this bill is inexpedient to legislate. On December 12, 2024, JELCAR adopted revised ED 306 minimum standards for public school approval. The process that went public in May of 2023 and required an investment of state time and money. ED 306 rules are what the state uses to enact adequate education. This bill makes no sense in the context of the newly adopted ED 306 rules. ED 306.02 definitions begins with A, academic standards. It says academic standards means academic standards as defined in RSA 193E2-A 6B. The changes presented in this bill will significantly alter the requirements for public school approval and dilute what all students should know and be able to do as a result of a public education in our state. These proposed changes also mean that the state will issue academic standards in the 6 areas left unscathed by the bill, and it will remove any requirement for the lined out areas of study. This proposed language is not at all what was addressed and passed by JELCAR in December. It is unclear as to whether this back to basics throwback bill has any benefit to our students and educational systems. What is clear is that this bill falls short in 4 critical areas. Number 1, it undermines our State Department of Education's core commitment to personalized learning. Number 2, it does not consider the flexibility schools currently have for providing varied learning opportunities for students to meet state expectations for an adequate education. Number 3, it does not consider the local control advantage afforded to our school districts in meeting the state's recently revised minimum standards. And number 4, it sets severe limits on public school education, risking further disparity between communities and among our students statewide for access to a comprehensive and robust 21st century education. I've elucidated on those 4 points in my written testimony. I handed in a copy at the table when I came in.
Thank you.
So continue to read why I think this bill should be inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you very much. Sheila Cunningham here? Not seeing her. James Gochin? Followed by David Trumbull.
Hi there. I come to you as a retired educator. I taught here in New Hampshire for 38 years and 2 years in New York State. I've taught language arts, social studies, math, and science. And one thing I have found out from all of that is that every one of those subjects contains every one of the other subjects, that nothing is, isolated, that there's language arts and math, there's math in science and in language arts, so that students are getting these core subjects in a lot of different ways that we perhaps don't even consider. Another thing I want to let you know is that, one thing I know about everybody in this room is that we were all young students at one time, and think about what you wanted to be when you were a kid. When I was an elementary school student, I wanted to be a fireman. And then when I was in middle school, Mr. Pine, the guidance counselor, asked me, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I'm like, a doctor. I didn't become a doctor. But what it did was it sent me on a course in high school to take the upper echelon classes, the harder classes. Now, I came from a very poor background, so the comments that I heard earlier about how if you're from a lower economic status that, yeah, you're going to bring things down. No, it actually pushed me further. And one thing I know is that once I got to college, I wanted to become a Broadway director. And then about halfway through, I changed. And I thought, what do I want to do? I liked English, so I became an English teacher. I know that the English teacher I became is because of all the arts classes and everything else that took place in my education prior to my becoming a teacher. In fact, one thing I learned here, because I taught in Concord, is that a motto of Concord used to be that what we will be, we are now becoming. So what students are eventually going to be is dependent on all those classes they take when they're younger, including the arts classes. One last thing. Two of the greatest lessons I ever learned came from my high school chorus teacher, Mr. Roberts. One, he taught me that the only time you ever get sick is when you have time to get sick, because that was his grandmother. She never got sick a day in her life because she didn't have time. And two, that if you're going to do something, do it the absolute best that you can. And I live those two things every single day because of my chorus teacher. And yet I became a language arts teacher.
Thank you very much. David Trumbull, followed by Michael Bissett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. It's been a lot of testimony. I'm going to try and get to a couple points. First is this list of 11 subjects is not just a random list that you can check the ones you want and get rid of the ones you don't want. It's a constitutionally based list. It's required. You've heard people mention the Constitution. It says the words arts and science and commerce and trade. Then the Claremont decision came along. And in that decision, the court specifically said we have to train our children for the social, economic, scientific, technological, and political realities of today's society. They need a grounding in the arts. They need cultural and historical heritage. And they need training in academic and vocational skills so they can compete favorably in the job market. Then the Londonderry case came along in 2007 because it was the question, well, what is inadequate education? The court said, you have to tell us what it is, legislature. So the Democrats and Republicans together, with the help from the public, wrote 193E. It was a joint effort, and they took pride in their work because they believed in the value of public education at that time, and that's where they came up with this list. It's not something you can cut things out of. It's required by our Constitution. And why did the Supreme Court say we have to do this? Because it's good for the kids, it's good for our communities, and it's good for our state as a whole. They were smart enough to realize that all of these courses are important, not just for some children. It might be the thing that pulls them into school. It can lead to their career. You heard talk about other careers specifically from one thing, but that all of these subjects are interrelated. It's a whole person that we're educating, not just a specific course here and there. This is a constitutionally required list, and you can't just chop it with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Michael Bissett, followed by Taylor Beaven.
Hello, everybody. Wow, there's some powerful testimony tonight, so I won't repeat a lot of what has been offered to you tonight. My name is Michael Bissett. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the Kearsarge Regional School District. I will tell you that I have a testimony. I provided a copy to you, but some points that I didn't hear tonight. First of all, I'm going to tell you that I'm in favor of this bill. Wow, look at the shock on your faces. Actually, I'm only in favor of this bill if you want to move towards a totalitarianism type society. I truly believe this right now. So no, I really don't believe in this bill, right? Why? Because totalitarian governments justify the suppression of arts by emphasizing economic productivity, militarization, ideological purity. Let's talk about some of the cultures that have done that. Nazi Germany, for example, emphasized the importance of modernist and avant-garde art being labeled as degenerate and removing it from the education system. Soviet Union, art was strictly controlled under the socialist regime, limiting expression to approved political themes. Maoist China, the Cultural Revolution saw the destruction of artistic and intellectual works. North Korea, I could go on and on. But let's talk about it from its reality. We are doing this because we don't want to pay for it because some people don't think it has value. That's it. It really comes down to the fact that people in our communities have differing opinions about the value. But I can tell you this, as a New York State Teacher of the Year, who taught, when I was there as a science teacher, there was a chemist that spoke earlier to this concept. And I have never, in my lifetime, had more impact on my ability to teach than when I recognized the beauty of art and its influence on things such as crystallization forms, or, for example, the languages that were being spoken in Greek or Latin, which were becoming beautiful elements of the language of science when I was talking with kids about the language connections that were being taught in other classrooms. So I implore you, please, 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 take a look at what they're telling you is a cost savings measure and really look at the fundamental element that's at play. Because this is just propaganda.
Thank you. Taylor Brown, followed by Hugh Curley.
Hi, my name is Taylor Bevan. Thank you for your time. I'm here to oppose HB 283. I believe it was Representative Wheeler who mentioned Conant High School in Jaffrey as an underfunded high school. I can tell you firsthand it's underfunded. That's where I went. And there's also been a mention by the sponsor of this bill that school boards aren't being forced to cut these programs, but that they're not being required to promote them. But I can tell you from my time at Conant High School that the first thing they'll do is cut these. The best class I took at that school was a class taught by a Spanish teacher, actually, teaching genocidal studies about the Holocaust and other genocides. This class was extremely important in developing my critical thinking skills and my knowledge and understanding of the world. And I think those are really the points of education in general, especially public education. It's a responsibility to emphasize those critical thinking skills, because the reality is in K through 12 you cannot give everybody the answers to every problem, but you can give them the tools to solve those problems. I think that HB 283 misunderstands the purpose of education. And I think it misses the mark on trying to solve the problems that schools, teachers, and students are facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sticking around. Is Hugh Curley here? How about Joseph Minty? Followed by John Hall or Jonah Hall.
Hello. My name is Joe Mundy. Thank you for hearing me today. I'll just try to make a couple points that I actually don't think have been made. I am here to voice my opposition for this bill. I'm the past president of the New Hampshire Music Educators Association. I'm also the K through 12 Performing Arts Director for the Salem School District, representing the whole district in all music and theater activities. And the thing that I just like to point out about, in this case, arts education specifically, is the value in it. You know, when we think about what our students need to be successful, what any of us in this world have needed to be successful, I'm going to stick with my argument that I don't think content-based knowledge is really where we're at anymore. We all have a little tool in our pocket right now that can find the answer to any question we have. So when we think about where success comes from, it's about other skills. And that's where I would argue this bill is falling short. It's getting rid of subject areas that are going to develop all these other skills that are truly the skills that allow us to be successful in life. So I'm thinking about things like perseverance, a sense of self-worth, self-discipline, and a work ethic, a sense of belonging and value in the eyes of others, creativity and flexible thinking, resilience, logic, the development of motor skills, authentic high-stakes performance experiences in front of live audiences, emotional maturity, understanding of one's role within a group and working with others collaboratively, patience, critical thinking. And those are the skills we develop with all these other areas that this bill proposes to cut. So that's it. You know, in the end, I think when you think about what success comes from and what allows all of us adults to be successful in this world, it's all these other things. And by, you know, supporting this bill, I think we'd just be missing the point entirely on what allows us to be successful. So please oppose this bill, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hall?
Yes, my name is John Hall from Amherst, New Hampshire, and I speak in opposition to Bill H-283. I would like to point out that grade school, K through 12, is really the last chance for structured, formal education for all of our students. Some students may be lucky enough to go on to university and receive extra education, but this is really the last time that a majority of our students will get a formal education. I'd like to speak about world languages. I'm one of those Americans who can only speak English. I did take 2 years of French and 2 years of Latin in grade school, but I've forgotten a lot of that. However, I spend a lot of my time today in Latin America. I wish I'd studied Spanish, which is the second most spoken native language in the world, with Mandarin being first. I think in modern day world, maybe we should spend some more time learning these languages. Students in grade school don't know all the things that they will need to know in the future. It is up to us, the adults in the room, to help them understand what they have to learn. And finally, I'd like to put in a little plug for personal financial. About 70% of the bankruptcies in the United States today come from people who are underinsured, people who don't understand how insurance works. My first job out of college was for an insurance company, but I was a programmer. But they made us spend 2 weeks of understanding insurance, what deductibles are, what we need to cover our needs. Credit card fees are astronomically large. At one time, I was in personal debt up above my ears, but because my knowledge of personal finance, I was able to refinance my house on the second mortgage and get out of that structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Is there Janet, is it Lenning? Followed by Michaela Demeter.
Good afternoon. I'm assuming everyone who has been in this room today had the privilege of the standards of an American education. My husband and I moved to New Hampshire in 1979 with no children. We did not object to paying school tax because I think that every child is everyone's responsibility. I see no reason and do not understand why anyone would lower the standards of the many rather than raise the standards of the few for a private education, which is expensive. Our free education was for the underprivileged and the privileged. Please vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michaela, and then Amelia Thompson, if she's here.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Michaela Demeter. I'm a member of the Dover School Board. I'm also on staff for the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. Today I speak only for myself, though. My 14-year-old autistic son, he's a freshman at Dover High School. His name is Harrison. He's great. For the first time in his life, he's thriving in school this year. He's taking a mixture of core academic classes like language arts, math, and science, as well as the classes he loves the most: band, intro to arts, musical theater. He's a proud member of the Dover High School Marching Band, and at this very moment, he's in a rehearsal for the March production of Bye Bye Birdie. Representative McGuire stated the removal of these courses would allow for more time to be spent on core classes, with the goal of raising standardized test scores. But research indicates students who take music courses score higher on the SATs, especially in verbal and math. They receive more academic honors and awards, and they score higher on standardized tests than their non-band peers. A study done in the British Columbia, reported in American Psychological Association and published in the Journal of Educational Psychology reads, and I quote, "It is believed that students who spend school time in music classes rather than in furthering developing their skills in math, science, and English classes will underperform in these disciplines. Our research suggests that, in fact, the more they study music, the better they do in those subjects." The American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages reports that students who study foreign languages tend to achieve higher scores on the ACT and the SAT, particularly in the verbal sections. Representative McGuire stated, and I quote, "This bill has zero to do with state funding," end quote. In fact, it has everything to do with state funding. The state has spent the last 5 years and millions of taxpayer dollars on out-of-state attorneys in the Conval and Rand lawsuits to argue for the narrowest possible definition of an adequate education comprised of only the 11 subjects laid out in the statute. Reducing required courses would ultimately reduce what the state must pay for. My final comment is, Representative McGuire stated, and I quote, "Would you rather be able to do math and deal with numbers at a higher level or learn French?" Why then would the prime sponsor think that eliminating personal finance literacy is a good idea? Learning about student loan repayment, compound interest, household budgeting, these are the life skills New Hampshire graduates need that will carry them confidently and successfully through life. Please ITL this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Amelia Thompson here? And then Emily Soul?
Good to meet you all. My name is Amelia, and I'm a constituent from Newmarket, New Hampshire. I'm here because the core learning areas of the arts and civics and language have brought me to where I am today and built me up, and so have the teachers that taught those things. I don't want to kick the ladder out from under me, and I don't think anyone in this room wants to either. So I strongly oppose this bill. And I think that we need to think of students as human beings and not just test takers, not just like a drain on our taxes or financial resources. They're human beings and deserving of support. And I think that we need to work together and find a way to be able to fund that support. This bill is not that funding. This bill is not the answer. Taking away funding for these core classes of the arts, language, civics, all of these things is not the right answer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is Emily here? Followed by Teresa Wyman.
Hi, everybody. I'm Emily Soul, and I'm here today to oppose House Bill 283. I was born down the street at Concord Hospital 25 years ago. I attended Merrimack Valley High School, which is a New Hampshire public school, and I was on Concord High's robotics team the year we went to World Championships. When it came time to go to college, I chose the University of New Hampshire, and I was asked to come back for my master's degree, which I just completed this summer. What did I study, you ask? Economics, political science, pre-law, communication, and ultimately public policy. The only reason that I was able to do any of that is because of the hard work of my teachers and the law that forces schools to provide those classes for me. Everybody else has made a lot of the points I wanted to make, so instead of that, I would like to focus on what this would do to our society. We interact with each other every single day. Every time you go out of the house, you talk to people who used to be students. This isn't about what your tax dollars do or don't do for somebody else's kid or if you ever meet that person. It's about the fact that when you go to the grocery store, the person who is stocking the shelves, who is bagging your groceries and who is working that cash register for you was a student here. It's about the fact that when you are old and in a nursing home, the people who are caring for you and keeping you alive, do you want those people to be well educated or not? When you go to a meeting like this, do you want people to have intelligent things to say? Do you want the democracy that we have in the state of New Hampshire, that flame, to carry on? Or do you want this hall to be empty? Do you want nobody to know where to go or how to talk? I am who I am because of the education I received and the teachers that gave it to me. I would be lost, I would be desolate, and I would be hollow and empty if I didn't have the economics classes and the political science classes that brought me to the conclusions that I've come to in my life. Oppose this bill, determine that it is inexpedient to legislate, and protect the future adults and fellow people that it would affect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Teresa Wyman here?
Yes, I'm Teresa Wyman, and I am here partly because a young woman about Amelia's age
called me this weekend and said, "Can you go and testify?" She is a speech therapy assistant in Wakefield, and she and the teachers in her school are very upset that this hearing was scheduled during school hours, so none of them are able to come. And she is somebody who, believe me, has worked hard for her education. For myself, I find this entire bill appalling. I could speak to every subject that is proposed to be gotten rid of. Because I'm an amateur musician, I'm just going to address music. It's already been addressed, but there are documented studies that music helps improve math, it improves overall learning and memory, improves mental health, happiness, and well-being. I want to add to that, music promotes community, and community is so important in our world, in our fractured world today. And to quote someone who is a semi-professional musician, which I am not, music will take you where money won't. If money is so important, then let's look at how music can do. I've been some amazing places because of music. I also, in the moment I might have left, want to speak to the Holocaust. My dad wrote books about the Holocaust. Anti-Semitism is up 360% in this country in the last year, according to the Anti-Defamation League. And my last comment is, I believe this is the camel's nose in the tent to try to get rid of decent education, and I abhor that idea. I haven't had lunch yet, and I'm sure I have a parking ticket. That's how passionate I feel about this.
Thank you. Is Reed Cotton here? Followed by Claudia Estelle.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your patience. Reed Cotton, live in Concord, taught for 40 years in the city of Manchester, Memorial High School. I am the first teacher of the deaf and also nationally certified interpreter of American Sign Language in the state of New Hampshire. I have taught American Sign Language for the duration of my employment there and have managed to generate at least a dozen of the interpreters who have interpreted with our various governors over these past 3 decades. I think the key component that our sponsor may be neglecting is what happens after your bill is passed? What happens when all the new criteria have been completed and high school students are graduates after 2 years of high school? What do we do with 16-year-olds looking for full-time work? I don't know. What did you do when you were 16? It could be a very complex, ugly animal that we create as a result of this legislation. And my second comment is, I have been a Holocaust educator for also many decades and have worked to have the survivors come and talk to our students. And one survivor has left me with a message that I will never forget, and that is, we are all sheep. Be careful who your shepherd is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Claudia Estelle here? And then Kathy Harder.
Hi, I'm Claudia Estelle from Ackworth. I have been a public school educator in New Hampshire for over 30 years, and my children were educated in public school. I speak in opposition to this bill. I did write testimony that's in the portal, and I also emailed it, but I apologize. I emailed it to the wrong committee, so when I get home, I'll email it to your committee. So a couple of things I want to point out. One thing that I have not heard anybody speak about today is that the effect on public high schools of this curriculum in terms of their accreditation. So one person spoke about the qualifications that our students would need to be able to apply to colleges. Well, colleges also look to see that students are coming from accredited high schools. And the curriculum that this bill proposes takes away some of the requirements for accreditation. I'm sorry I've been out of that system for a while, but certainly world languages, certainly probably personal finance, civics, having a good library, and so forth. The second thing I wanted to point out is that having had a lot of time in schools and teaching students who weren't always very enthusiastic about my math classes, kids need to have a reason to be in school. They love to have something that inspires them. It can be a shop class, it could be playing sports, and so therefore they want to do well in their English class so that they can pass. But they need something that motivates them. And so all of the courses that are offered are important for that. The second thing is that through those courses, they get opportunities that they might not have otherwise. Foreign language classes take kids on trips. And the last thing I want to say is that people have already said, but I'm part of the grain population of New Hampshire, and I would like to know that we are educating people who are going to be able to take care of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Kathy Harder here? How about Cassandra Bush? And then Mary Beth Brentwood.
Hi, I'm Cassandra. I'm a mother. I'm a homeowner in Concord. I'm also an associate dean at Southern New Hampshire University. Although I am here today speaking on behalf of myself, I do not represent the school. I haven't heard a discussion of AI here today, and I think that that's relevant too. In today's world, being able to recite facts doesn't get you very far. You need critical thinking, you need analysis, you need to be able to contextualize things that are happening in terms of our historical and political world. You can't do that without these subjects. I also question what makes these subjects, like history and geography, extras. How can people engage in political discourse, vote, voice opinions on international politics if they don't even know where Russia, China, or Mexico are? Education is part of what drives people to live in this state. I have the resources, and I will move if the quality of education in this state goes down. What happens to our school budgets when people who can afford to move do? My parents did not graduate from college. We sometimes, literally, did not have enough money to keep the lights on. I would not be where I am today if I did not get the classes, the access to college that I got because of the education I got at a small town in New Hampshire, where I can almost guarantee these courses would have been cut if they had that option. It feels to me like the sponsor of this bill feels like children that live in those less affluent towns, the child that I was less entitled to a quality education. I know that students on reduced lunch typically don't do as well in school. That's because students who are worried about being safe and having enough food to eat don't usually have as much time to study. I argue the solution is not that we do less for those students, but that we do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Mary Beth Brentwood here? How about Jack Finley?
Hi, Jack Finley. I just wanted to let people know, because I wasn't planning on coming here today, but when he was introducing his bill, I was the superintendent of Epsom. I am the superintendent of Epsom that he referenced. And the intent of that meeting with Representative McGuire was to advocate for additional state education funding, not to maintain minimal funding and diminish the quality of education in New Hampshire. I just wanted to make sure that people didn't jump to the conclusion that I was supporting this. So that was the original intent behind the meeting, was to advocate for additional state funding. So I just wanted to clarify to make sure everybody's. I know I only said 30 seconds, so I think I get it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carolyn Eastman.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Eastman. I'm from Hampton, New Hampshire. I'm a longtime public educator. I've been an assistant superintendent at Oyster River. I was at Greenland Central School and Rye Junior High as a middle school teacher. One thing that I want to point out, I'm so proud of all the people that came and spoke in opposition to this bill. I myself am opposed to this bill as well. What hasn't been mentioned is there was mention about civics education and the recent adoption of a civics requirement in high school. But in 2022, there was House Bill 1671, which made personal finance a core academic subject in public schools. That covers the topics such as employment, income, money management, credit, debit, debt management, planning, savings, and investing. One of the people I want to also mention that Representative Ladd, Representative Cordelli, Representative Bohm, Representative Allard, Representative Moffitt, and Senator Reagan were in support of this partisan bill. And here we are. I also want to mention that the Ed 306s are, we often call them in education, the minimum standards for public school approval. This would make I don't know what this bill would be called, but maybe it would be the minimum substandards for minimum public school approval. I don't know what. We also argued that they weren't in fact the Ed 306's minimum standards, but they were what we believed to be an adequate education, and boy did we want more. And I talked to students, high school students across the state, and I talk to them every day in various high schools across the state of New Hampshire. And they're all concerned about big things. They're concerned about how they're going to afford things. They're concerned about climate. They're concerned about what their world's going to be, whether or not they'll be employable, what's going to happen to their families. They're worried about big things. And when we ask why aren't they learning math and ELA from a NAEP score, there are so many other distractions similar to bills like this that take us away of what our jobs are in public education, that it really hurts our kids. I also want to mention that when I think about the distractions, we have social media. That's a big distraction as well. And if there was something that could help us with that, my gosh, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing? But thank you all for your time. I know it's been a long day.
Thank you very much. Heather Durgan. Is Heather here? Congratulations, Heather. You get the prize. I don't know what the prize is, but you get it.
Bingo. So I'm Heather Durgan. I am a mother of 3. I live in Northfield, New Hampshire. All 3 of my children have gone through the public school system. I have gone through the public school system, my husband as well. We chose to live in New Hampshire and educate our children here, primarily because my husband grew up in Northfield. He moved back after marrying me. And all 3 of my children have benefited in different ways from their education experience. Our youngest currently is a junior in high school, and he'll be turning 17 this May. He actually wanted to leave school to come here and speak, and he got sick, so he's not here. I was actually working at his school, which is why I came here late. So I appreciate you guys being here and hearing all of the testimony I wasn't here for. But I do oppose this House Bill 283 strongly, as well as all of my children and my granddaughter, who is going to be starting kindergarten in the fall. So thank you so much for your time and consideration. I know that you guys work tirelessly, so I applaud you guys for doing that. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I believe that concludes the House Bill 238 testimony. I want to thank all the committee members who hung in, everyone who came to testify, but certainly not least the Sergeant-at-Arms staff and our committee staff who we couldn't do all this without. So thank you, everybody, and have a safe drive home.